floor up. The floor plan is used by the framer to show them all the new walls, where they'll be placed, and what they will be made out of. The floor plan is the most important of the plans used by the framer because, again, it gives the framer the plan view or the view from above of all of the new walls that are going to be built from the ground up. Let's get into the floor plan. Okay, so what is the floor plan? The floor plan is the basic plan we use that the framer is going to use in order to build all of the new exterior walls and all of the new interior walls. And so there are certain things that will be noted on a floor plan, certain things that we need to look at in order to properly analyze the floor plan. And what we're doing here is we're analyzing the floor plan. If we are the framer, we need to know some things, and we need to know how to get to that information. So the floor plan helps the framer get to or answer one question. What types of walls are we building? And how many linear feet of each type are there? And those are pretty much the two questions that a floor plan will answer for the framer without going any further. So let's take a look at the floor plan. So if we are the framer, what's our first question is what types of walls are we going to build? Are we going to create walls that are made of wood studs, that are 2x4s, 2x8s, 2x6, or are we going to create metal stud walls, which would be mixed numbers, right? So the equivalent of a 2x4, I always say it's the equivalent of a 2x4, would be a 3 and 5/8 stud, and the equivalent of a 6-inch stud for metal would be a 5 and 7/8. And so that's really the first question that needs to be answered on the floor plan. And so that question either is going to be answered directly on the plan, as is this case, or they're depending on the size of the project. Okay, so this is a small retail kitchen, 3,500 square feet, so that's considered small. But if we have something like an apartment complex or a hotel or something of that nature, maybe even a school, we may have a whole page of walls, the wall legend. We may have a wall schedule and legend. And I hope all of our terminology videos, you've gone through and reviewed those, because we have to make sure we have our terminology, clear when we're talking about these things. Okay, and so on a smaller set of construction documents, you will probably have your wall schedule, and again, schedule is just a fancy term for list, on your floor plan, as is the case here. Okay, and so we know that the majority of our walls that we're going to be building are made from wood, because we see the X or the 2x, 2x4, 2x6, and this class is intended for beginners. And so we are going to explain everything from a beginner's perspective, so you can get a good, solid, technical understanding of what we're looking at. So we know that we are, anytime we say the 2x4, 2x6, 2 times symbol, we know that's wood. Nothing else cannot be. Even the other types that will go through the different types of framing members, and members is another one of our technical terms, which is just that if you're a member of a family, you're the brother, the sister, the mother. Well, a structural member is either a post, a column, a joist, a stud. Okay, so members. All right, so we're on this floor plan, and now we know the framer, and the framer primarily, that's the trade that will primarily use this floor plan. And now I know that it's telling me that the wall A is a 2x4 framing at the 16 inches on center. Okay, so that 16 inches on center, 24 inches, that tells us what? That tells us the placement of the studs. How often are we placing those down? Well, in the case of wall A, it's every 16 inches. And so, if you want to think of it in most general terms, we'll put one stud in the very center of the wall, and then we'll place other studs on 16 inches on either side every 16 inches. And so, if when you have to do the material quantities, which we will, because we go from the cost estimate to the material quantities, we'll be able to tell how many studs we need for any length of a wall, because we can do that math. Because we know how often we place them, either 16 inches or 24 inches, and so we know how many inches in total of wall we have, and we can easily do that by converting the feet into inches, right? By multiplying by 12, because for every 1 foot we have 12 inches. And so that's a little easy construction math that we always have to be able to do at the top of our head, because in most cases, we can do this for, doesn't have to be for studs, it could be for screws, it could be for nails, it could be for bracing, it could be for rebar, right? So we always have to be ready to do that calculation. And in most cases for construction, we're always going to place something at the inches. Okay, so have to be ready to change those feet into inches, and then we multiply by whatever the placement is. And I say the placement, the number they say 16, 24, that's the placement. So we know we have 100 feet of 2x4 framing. We can multiply that 100 by 12, right? That will now be 1,200 inches. And then we divide by the placement by 16. And that tells us how many studs. So again, this doesn't only apply for studs, this applies to nails, anything where you see the plan saying that you have to place it at the whatever inches of center. Always keep that equation in the top of mind. Right, so with the framer, we know we're doing, we're framing wood walls. Okay, and now the only thing left to do is to just determine how many linear feet, right, of each type of wall. A floor plan, the purpose is to identify the types of walls, identify what we're making them out of, and then use that plan to measure what? How many linear feet. We cannot use the floor plan to determine the height of the wall. That's when we go and transition to the section views, which we thought with the views, watch that basic video, because the architect is telling us, can only give us so much information in one picture. And so that's why it's very important to understand how to transition from, well, first of all, know what the symbol means, okay? So our very detailed technical basics has a video for each one of these things, and a lot of talking explained. Okay, so we know that this symbol is a section view marker, and the purpose of the section view marker again, go review the basics video on section view marker and on the views. Okay, so the purpose of the section view marker is to tell us, or to talk to the framer when the architect's not around. And basically it's saying, if you want to know the height of the wall, or the interior construction of the wall, at window, and you have to know what all our symbols are, at window A, then I want you to go to image or picture number 1 on section, or on page A426, and you'll get that interior construction. And from that section view, we can determine the height of the wall. We can determine the height of the wall under the window, and we can determine the height of the wall above the window. And that's very important once we get to section view. Right now, we're just covering the plan view. Okay, so we have these section views all over the plan, and so those are the words from the architect saying that basically our wall is built different here than it is here, than it is here, than it is at the door, than it is at the window. And so what we want to do, if we go to the next step, which is to completely take off.
And the takeoff is going to be broken down based on those section views. And that's going to help our framing contractor be very detailed on the wall types because, ideally in some cases, in most cases, at the section view, we're going to see wall construction that may or may not have insulation at one point, may have plywood at one point. There, of course, is a section of wall that will be at the door, and so we need to be able to determine the height from the door above the door to the ceiling, and so the section views are very important. A good floor plan, if it's going to be very helpful to the sub, there are going to be a lot of section view marks. Because the section views, again, are going to assist us in determining the height of the wall. And so here on the floor plan, the floor plan's job is to, again, help us measure how many linear feet of each type of wall based on our legend, what we are instructed in terms of maybe even specifications on the types of walls and what they're made out of. Okay, and now, very specific to many floor plans, what we call their highly dimensioned. Okay, and so again, we can use the dimensions on the floor plan. If we don't have a digitized software to help us correctly or accurately measure lengths, we can use the measurements that are on the plan on a highly dimensioned plan. Dimension is a measurement, and so a good floor plan is going to have a lot of measurements there for you, so you can relate the wall lengths to the actual measurements that they give you. And so if we can remember, I'll just give one example here. That if you can remember from grammar school, basically we have two parallel lines, and parallel lines are lines that will never cross, right? And so we have one is measurement, one line would be the measurement, and then the other line would be the actual wall length, or the wall itself that we're building. And so if we know that this length from here to here is 3 feet, 2.5 inches, we can assume that the length of the wall, and they'll say from here to here, is also 3 feet, 2.5 inches. And so on a good floor plan that has a lot of dimensions, you can use those dimensions. Here's a second example. If we want to know basically our wall at a window, or the length of the window itself, the window begins here and ends there. And we see that we have a line here and a line here. Okay, and so if we go to this line, we can tell that that length, or the width of that window, is 15 feet. Okay, so the way we read these lines are from a hash mark, which is that diagonal little mark that crosses the horizontal and vertical, that diagonal, from hash mark on one end to hash mark on the other end, okay? And then the number in the middle is the length. And so we can relate that length, 15 feet, one parallel length, to the parallel length of the window. And so we know that these windows are 15 feet in length. And so again, even if we didn't have a good digitized software, if we have a good dimensioned set of plans, dimensioned floor plans, and again, typically the floor plan will have a floor plan that's showing all of the walls, and then it will have a second set that's highly dimensioned like this. Okay, so we're going to have another video to show us about section view, right? So our floor plan, the job of the floor plan is to show us all of our new walls. We are able to use that plan to help us measure the length of the walls. And we usually, good practice would be to break down the length of each of the walls, or break down the total length of walls based on the section views that are given. And we'll have a separate video. We do have a separate video on how we read the section views, what are the section view markers, how we should read those based on where they are located. Okay, and so that will be part of our part 2 for the floor plan, because we have to be able to incorporate those section views when we are looking at the floor plan. Because again, the floor plan is for our framer, to help the framer understand how new walls are going to be built. But we understand that the wall has a length that we can determine from the floor plan, but the wall also has a height. And we have to look at the section views in order to determine the height of the wall in the best case scenario. We're always able to go to a section view in the best case scenario. And I say that to say, not every set of plans gives you a good section view in order to determine your height of your wall. So there are other tricks of the trade that we'll talk about at the end of the class in terms of additional notes that you can use, additional tips you can use in the event that certain things are missing on your plan. Okay, so this is master plan. This is floor plan. This is only one part of floor plan. We also have to go to section view related to the floor plan, and also to detail view related to the floor plan. Okay, so remember, this is just section 1 of master the plan, floor plan. We'll see you on the other side. What is a section marker, and why do we use it? It's very important to understand the symbol, how to identify it, and where to go when you see it. Let's talk about section. Okay, everyone, now the section view marker is a very important symbol. It's unique in how it's drawn, although there are others that look like it, but it is unique. And the section view marker's job is to communicate with the professional. Now, you'll have a section view marker on floor plan, you can have section view markers on roof plan, you can have section view markers on an elevation. And so it really doesn't matter where the marker is, it's all about how you interpret where it is and your ability to know where to go and how to read. Okay, and so in the beginning it may seem pretty difficult, but it's not. The section view marker is going to be placed in a position that makes the most sense. And what is the purpose of the marker? The purpose of the section view marker, we're looking here for our master plan, for our floor plan series, because our framer needs to be able to determine the height of the wall, not only the length. So the floor plan will give you the height, the floor plan will give you the length, where you have to go to the section view markers in order to determine the height of the wall at that particular location. And so when you are the framer and you are measuring all of your lengths of walls, it's probably very smart to measure the length based on each of the section views and how the architect breaks down the section. Because again, they're usually put in very logical locations. For instance, we have a section view here at what is a window. Right? So what the architect is telling the drywall professional is that the wall at the window is built this way. And so if I go to it, this is how you read it. Right? So the section marker looks like a detail marker, but the detail marker doesn't have this little sideways hat. Okay, so that is the difference. So the section marker is very unique. The circle, the little hat, a leg, and this little extension, I call it a foot. And the way we read it, the way we read all symbols of this type, is that in order to get a deeper understanding of the section view, you're going to go to the number at the top indicates the image or the picture that you're going to look at, and the number at the bottom indicates the page that you're going to go to. And so it's really simple. And so, but again, for the framer, you need to kind of get a wider view of your section view markers, because they're going to place them at logical locations. Where I'm the framer, I'm thinking, okay, I want to look at this one because it's going to tell me specifically how my wall and the windows are built. So I'm going to go to image or picture number 1 on page A426. And then they have another one here, image number 4 on page A425 at the double doors. So the architect is saying, if you want to know the construction in the door, then you're going to go to that section view and all the way around. If you want to know what the wall at the rear of the bathroom, and those are, I believe, wall C's, and you can barely see that, you're going to go to image 2 on page A426. And so we can see here that the section view marker, the leg of that section marker is typically always going to go through the section of wall that is referencing. And so what I'm going to assume when I'm looking at this is that I'm going to assume the wall at the door, right, is going to be built different than the wall, of course it is, because it's the door, would be built differently than the wall at the bathroom, which would be built differently at the wall than the wall at the back of the house. Okay, and so what we want to do is, again, when we're reviewing our floor plan and we are the framer, we want to make sure we break down all of our walls based on the section. Okay, and so we'll go to the main section view. So if you had to, in your own words, say what is the section view and what does it do? It basically cuts the wall in that wherever it's placed. It'll cut it in that section, and it pretend that it's opening up the wall in that section and it's putting you right in between, and you can see the interior construction of that wall at that section. Okay, so that's why it's very important, again, and I can't stress it enough, that you measure your walls based on the section view, and then you'll have so many linear feet of each section view, which will total all of the walls. Okay, so let's look at wall sections. And yes. Okay, so I'm the framer. Now I know the height of my walls. And that's very important. And that is the main purpose of the section, is to help you accurately determine the height of the wall at those locations. And so I'm going to have so many linear feet of this section of wall, so many linear feet of that section of wall, and all the way down. And then that way I can have a very detailed representation on how my walls are built. And two, for the purpose of your material quantities, you always want to use your section views as your guide to material quantities. So when you're ordering your studs, you'll know to order so many that are 4 feet, because the section of wall under the window is only 2 feet 8 inches. And so you want to be as close as you can in height for your stud height, as close as you can to the height you actually need. And that's another good reason, of course, for your section views. But the section views, again, is to give you that interior construction, right, to show you for the framer. This is to master the floor plan, which is typically the plan that the framer uses. And so the floor plan, we use the floor plan to measure the length of each section. Then we go to the section views, so we can say, okay, that many linear feet at 12 feet, 16 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet. And then when we're in the section view, we then come to the third of the views related to construction, and that is the detail view, or a detail call out. And why would we need a detail call out? So, when we think about the floor plan, that's the plan we use to build the new walls up from the floor. You need to be able to view the floor plan. That's the plan view, basic of the views. Then we need to go to the section view to give us height. And then we go to the last of the construction views, which is the detail view. And let's talk about what that is. In this portion of master plans, we talk about the detail column, the symbol you see in the middle of the screen. So many mistakes happen because contractors leave out the steps involved in the plan. Let's discuss the detail column. Okay, everyone. So what we are looking at here is the detail call out. And what a detail call out does, it gives us or points us to a location in the construction where the architect is telling us there is something in this circle that you don't see that is important to final construction. And then if you go to image, in this case, image number 4 on page 8450, you'll be able to see what is missing here and avoid a construction defect in your construction. Okay, so detail callouts are very important. It doesn't make a difference where they're located. If you see that within the circle is part of your scope of work, then you must follow the call out. Okay, and I say that, for instance, we have here at the parapet cap, well, we see that the call out 1 over A450 involves, and say for instance we are the roofer. Okay, so let's just pretend that we're the roofer. The roofing call out would have brought us here, or the roofing section view brought us here. And because we see, or even if we're the framer, rough carpenter, we see that our scope of work is within this picture. We see, and this X represents wood, 2 buys. Okay, so I see that my scope of work is within the call out. So that requires that I go to the call out, because there is something, as the purpose of the detail call out does, it's telling us, or it's pointing to us, or reminding us that there is something within here in terms of the construction that we don't see within the circle. But if we go to image number 1 on page A450, we're going to see what is missing, and then we will be able to incorporate that into our construction. So let's go to image 1 over A450. And again, this call out, we were brought here from our floor plan. Right? This is all part of our master the plans floor plan section, where our floor plan is for our new walls up from the floor. From there, we're led to section views, which is what this is. And from the section view, more appropriately, we're led to detail views, because there's something again within this detail call out that is part of our scope of work, part of our what is required in our construction. And the architect will point us to different pictures using different symbols. And it looks a lot like the section marker, but it doesn't. Only that it's a circle. Okay? But the architect can't sit next to us when we're doing the construction, telling us what to do and making sure it's proper. So they lead us by pictures and symbols to other pages. They give us more and more detail. So the detail call out, if you watch the views video, that is the last of the construction views that will give us the most detail. So whether we go to 4 over A450 or 1 over A450, we'll do that now, and then we'll take a look at both of the detail views. So let's see. Let's find 1. Okay, that's 3. That'll be 1. Okay, So this is the section at the parapet. So I know now there's a lot here in this presentation at the top of the parapet that was not in the detail column. And so now if I'm the framer, I know the size of my top plate, 2x8 plate. I know those are 2x6s. I know the nails I need. I know I have to wrap my membrane roofing around their cap. I know that I have to have the aluminum cap. Okay, so who would have been led to this detail call out? The framer, the roofer, maybe rough carpentry, the insulation individual. Yep, that's insulation epis. Okay, and so in terms of our floor plan, now wrap up floor plan. Okay, this detail view is very important. That is the last place we're going to come in order to make sure we're performing the proper construction. Okay, so if we wrap that up, that detail view, very, very important. Hey, I hope you enjoyed this portion of Master the Plans. Give me your thoughts and make sure to join me next time. There's a lot more to learn. What is section mark and why do we use it? It's very important to understand symbol, how to identify it, and where to go when you see it. Let's talk about section. Okay, everyone, now the section view marker is a very important symbol. It's unique in how it's drawn, although there are others that look like it. It is unique. And the section view marker's job is to communicate with the professional. Now, you'll have a section view marker on floor plan. You can have section view markers on roof plan. You can have section view markers on an elevation. And so it really doesn't matter where the mark is. It's all about how you interpret where it is and your ability to know where to go and how to read. Okay, and so in the beginning it may seem pretty difficult, but it's not. The section view marker is going to be placed in a position that makes the most sense. And what is the purpose of the marker? The purpose of the section view marker, we're looking here for our master plan, for our floor plan series, because our framer needs to be able to determine the height of the wall, not only the length. Right? So the floor plan will give you the height, the floor plan will give you the length, where you have to go to the section view markers in order to determine the height of the wall at that particular location. And so when you are the framer and you are measuring all of your lengths of walls, it's probably very smart to measure the lengths based on each of the section views and how the architect breaks down the section view. Because again, they're usually put in very logical locations. For instance, we have a section view here at what is a window. Right? So what the architect is telling the drywall professional is that the wall at the window is built this way. And so if I go to it, this is how you read it, right? So the section marker looks like a detail marker, but the detail marker doesn't have this little sideways hat. Okay, so that is the difference. So the section marker is very unique. The circle, the little hat, a leg, and this little extension, I call it a foot. And the way we read it, the way we read all symbols of this height, is that in order to get a deeper understanding of the section view, you're going to go to the number at the top indicates the image or the picture that you're going to look at, and the number at the bottom indicates the page that you're going to go to. And so it's really simple. And so, but again, for the framer, you need to kind of get a wider view of your section view markers, because they're going to place them at logical locations. Where I'm the framer, I'm thinking, okay, I want to look at this one because it's going to tell me specifically how my wall and the windows are built. So I'm going to go to image or picture number 1 on page A426. And then they have another one here, image number 4 on page A425 at the double doors. So the architect is saying, if you want to know the construction in the door, then you're going to go to that section view and all the way around. If you want to know what the wall at the rear of the bathroom, and those are, I believe, wall C's, and you can barely see that, you're going to go to image 2 on page A426. And so we can see here that the section view marker, the leg of that section marker is typically going to go through the section of wall that it is referencing. And so what I'm going to assume when I'm looking at this is that I'm going to assume the wall at the door, right, is going to be built different than the wall, of course it is, because it's the door, would be built differently than the wall at the bathroom, which would be built differently at the wall at the back of the house. Okay, and so what we want to do is, again, when we're reviewing our floor plan and we are the framer, we want to make sure we break down all of our walls based on the section. Okay, so we'll go to the main section view. So if you had to, in your own words, say what is a section view and what does it do? It basically cuts the wall in that, wherever it's placed, it'll cut it in that section, and it pretend that it's opening up the wall in that section, and it's putting you right in between, and you can see interior construction of that wall at that section. Okay, so that's why it's very important, again, and I can't stress it enough, that you measure your walls based on the section view, and then you'll have so many linear feet of each section view, which will total all of the walls. Okay, so let's look at wall sections. And yes. Okay, so I'm the framer. Now I know the height of my walls. And that's very important. And that is the main purpose of the section, is to help you accurately determine the height of the wall at those locations. And so I'm going to have so many linear feet of this section of wall, so many linear feet of that section of wall, and all the way down. And then that way I can have a very detailed representation of how my walls are built. And two, for the purpose of your material quantities, you always want to use your section views as your guide to material quantities. So when you're ordering your studs, you'll know to order so many that are 4 feet, because the section of wall under the window is only 2 feet 8 inches. And so you want to be as close as you can in height for your stud height, as close as you can to the height you actually need. And that's another good reason, of course, for your section views. But the section views, again, is to give you that interior construction, right, to show you for the framer. This is to master the floor plan, which is typically the plan that the framer uses. And so the floor plan, we use the floor plan to measure the length of each section. Then we go to the section view, so we can say, okay, that many linear feet at 12 feet, 16 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet. And then when we're in the section view, we then come to the third of the views related to construction, and that is the detail view, or a detail call-out. And why would we need a detail call-out? So, when we think about the floor plan, that's the plan we use to build the new walls up from the floor. We need to be able to view the floor plan. That's the plan view, basic of the views. Then we need to go to the section view to give us height. And then we go to the last of the construction views, which is the detail view. And let's talk about what that is. Hey, hope you enjoyed this portion of Master the Plans. Give me your thoughts and make sure to join me next time. There's a lot more to it.
Hello everyone. In this short video, we're going to go over the basics of plumbing. Just going to go over some basic things before we get into the actual takeoff and estimating. We're going to go over some symbols, these symbols, terms, how they represent the plumbing equipment. We're going to show the two different plans that are involved, and then also go over the rise guide. This is something you want to learn about. Stay. Alright everyone, in this video we're going to go over some plumbing basics. And we're going to start with the symbols that we use. And so plumbing, of course, we're going to use symbols that represent different of the pipes, whether it's the sanitary, grease waste, acid waste, and the cold water, hot water symbols. Cold water 1 dot or break. Hot water 2, circulating 3, and we have ones for gas, drain. So you just want to be familiar with all of the symbols. We have gas lines here, so we'll have this symbol, and we'll also have the valves. And so, you know, just basic stuff. It's not very, when we have a gas line, they'll just put a G there. So just represents lines that represents the pipes that are going from each of the plumbing fixtures. Now, some of the, so the symbols, and let's go to the plan. All right, so symbols for wall cleanouts, sinks, WCO is wall cleanout, or clean out that's in the floor. They'll have symbols for the vent lines are always broken. Vent lines, broken lines, where all of the other ones are shown, as we saw on the symbols list. And for the plumbing plan, which is unique, the plumbing plan, much like the electrical set, has 2 different plans. So we have one plan that we're looking at here that represents the sewer system, or I call the dirty water system. So it'll represent all of the, in this case, all of the 2-inch sewer lines, and then it also gives our drain line for the clean out and for the rooftop units, and then has our vent line that adds more to that 1.5-inch vent. And that's part of that too. Let me just go ahead. And this is a plumbing plan actually for what is this? America's Best Contacts and Eyeglasses. So this is a renovation for that plumbing plan. So for plumbing plans, we have 2 different ones. We have one that represents the sewer system and the vents. Vents represented by that broken line. So we have a 1 1/2-inch drain. So they're always going to give the size of the pipe, because that makes a difference, right? And all the different sizes of the pipes, and each of the pipes, of course, going to run to each of the plumbing fixtures.
Okay, so you get one plan that represents the sewer, and then you get another plan that represents the water system, and in this case, also the gas that's running for the rooftop units. And again, it's going to give you all of the sizes of the pipes that are running to each of the fixtures. Okay, so for plumbing basics, you have two plans. One, dirty water system, which is the sewer and vent system, and then this one, which is the domestic water system, and also they have included the gas pipe that's running to the rooftop units and the mechanical equipment. Now, what's important also in a plumbing plan, both of the plan views give you the horizontal measures of the pipe, but you need vertical measure. And so a plumbing plan is also going to give you what's called the riser diagram. Riser diagram gives you a kind of visualization of the pipe coming in the vertical direction, and so that way you can account for the pipe runs up and down. And it shows you here all of the T's and things of that nature, but if you use a good cost book, you don't even have to count these when you're doing your cost, because a typical cost book is going to give you, is going to incorporate all of the supports and T's and everything based on what it knows plumbing industry standards should be. Okay, and so you have to include all of the components here. But the riser diagram, again, is intended to give you the vertical measure up and down of the pipe going from, because our water pipe typically goes above in the ceiling, and our sewer pipe is below. And so we have to make sure we can account for the vertical measures. Okay, so as far as the basics of the plumbing, you got your symbols, okay, and two, terminology for plumbing. A LAD is specific to a sink that's only in a bathroom. Water closet, the term for a toilet. So these are terms that are specific to plumbing. And so when you see S1, that's a sink, but we know that that's a sink that's not in the bathroom. Because if it was in the bathroom, it'd be called a LAD, L-A-D. Okay, and also one last term is a rough-in for the plumbing rough-in. A plumbing rough-in is the additional cost to install the plumbing equipment, the lab, the sink, or whatever, for the very first time, that incorporates both the piping for the dirty water system and the domestic water system. So that's called a rough-in. And those are additional prices. And when we go over plumbing pricing, we'll show the cost of, because there is a cost per type of fixture for the rough-in. And so when you're doing the pricing, it's always important never forget the rough-in. That's the additional cost to install a piece of plumbing equipment for the very first time that incorporates the additional pipe runs for the dirty water system and the domestic water system. Okay, so that is the basics. So the next step in this set will be how we perform the takeoffs, how we put together the professional estimate. Give us a like, and please continue on to the next video.
Okay, I hope you found that information very useful. And make sure to join us at our website, our program we call Construction Master. It's $49.99 a month, and you meet with us 3 times a week. We work on your own projects, and we go through an array of different types of buildings and different projects that we know eventually over time, like I did, you'll become an expert. See you soon. Hey everyone, in this video we're going to review our specialized Excel spreadsheet that we created for the plumbing trade. And like all of our spreadsheets, we break everything down section by section that we feel that's important for that trade. And in this one you'll see there are additional elements that we put on there that you don't necessarily see on the plans. So if that's something you're interested in, stay tuned. All right, everyone, let's look at the specialized Excel spreadsheet design, especially for the plumber. So what we do, our first section
is we include all of the horizontal runs. Okay, so whatever, whether it's the sanitary pipe vent, in this case, we had some compressed air, cold water, we broke the cold water, hot water down, hot water return. Okay, so these are all of the horizontal measures, and we break that down because of the cost unit, the time it takes to install the horizontal measures as opposed to the vertical measures are different in terms of man-hour terms. Okay, and so we break that down. Our second section is going to be our vertical measures. Okay, so whatever pipes we got from the riser diagram, okay, those are the runs that we show here. Okay, so first section of our specialized Excel spreadsheet is going to include all of the pipe runs, horizontal and vertical. And now we include all of the equipment that is counted and taken from the equipment plan. And we put the material cost in red because that's what we got from our cost book, and that kind of includes our sub to verify our material cost based on what their cost would be. Okay, and then again we get the cost unit, how long it's going to take to install one unit from our cost book, and so it helps us reliably determine how many man hours for our plumbing job. And these are all of our pieces of plumbing equipment: floor drains, water heaters, slabs, water closets, urinals, everything. Trench drain. Okay, and now all of the miscellaneous charges that you would also include that don't necessarily show themselves on the plan, and most important is the rough-in cost for each of the pieces of plumbing equipment. And remember that rough-in is the additional cost to install a piece of plumbing equipment for the very first time. And you can see here for the water closet, for the toilet, $644 per unit. So this is something that you never want to leave out. And again, this isn't something, this is based on your experience. You know, a plumber had to tell this estimator, right, that these are additional costs. And again, in my study, right, because I have estimating books, we make sure we include those costs. And I can think of a few times where the plumber was surprised that I had these additional costs in there. Okay, so very important miscellaneous costs. Then the vent roof and all the ball valves and gas cocks, and based on, and it's important to make sure you base all of these on the size of the pipe that they are connected to, because the cost is going to be different. And last but not least, we're always going to include insulation for our pipes. Not the sewer pipes, of course, but all of our water pipes, gas pipes. And so we have to determine how many linear feet of each size pipe and include that. So again, all this miscellaneous are things that you don't see on the plans, but you know you need to include because that is part of your cost. Okay, and flush and test the system. What we don't see on the plans, part of your cost. And this is I'm an estimator. I'm not a plumber, so they know what it costs them, and this is something, a lump sum, LS lump sum, we put on there, so. And then I don't ever put any overhead profit. They, are able to put that in there themselves, because that's what they should do. Okay, so again, Excel spreadsheet. Now, do you show this to the general contractor? Because it shows absolutely everything, your labor rate. Right? If you were to include your overhead and profit, it would show it. I'm kind of divided. Sometimes we
advise them to give it. It depends on the relationship. If you've done work for this GC a lot and they don't really care, and then show it. GCs that you really don't have a relationship with, I would not recommend giving your detailed Excel spreadsheet, because all they're going to do is pick it apart. So I would recommend, writing up your sheet that details the scope of work based on plans, based on the specifications, and then give them your lump sum and just let them know that the detailed estimate is available upon request. Okay, that would probably be the best bet. Keep you from having your work pulled apart. But this is something that's good for you, of course. Okay, now what we're going to do next is, after this video, we're going to go over the cost book and our man-hour totals. And just for different scopes of work, just to give you an idea of the assembly price for this run, because this is an assembly price run where it includes the hangers. We just want to go through that. Okay, so again, always good to have a detailed Excel spreadsheet. For our plumbing, we break down all the pipes and the horizontal measures we get from the plan view, the vertical measures we get from the riser diagram, and we count 10 feet for every one we see in the vertical rise, all the equipment cost, and then the miscellaneous, which is a ton of extra money if you don't include it. Rough end cost, all the connectors, valves, and last but not least, the insulation, and then of course to test and flush the system. So give me your thoughts. Make sure you watch the next video, which talks about now how we determine man hours for every scope of work. Give me your thoughts. Make sure you do subscribe, and we will see you in the next class. And we are trying to help you become the master in construction that you ought to be. See you next time.
Okay, I hope you found that information very useful. And make sure to join up at our website, our program we call Construction Master. It's $49.99 a month, and you meet with us 3 times a week. We work on your own projects, and we go through an array of different types of buildings and different projects that we know eventually over time, like I did, you'll connect. See you soon. Hey everyone, I hope you're doing well. In this video, we're going to go over the 4 steps involved, or 4 concepts you need to think about when it comes to building a house. And this applies to building anything from the ground up. We'll go over a custom home and all the 4 steps and all the plans related to that. And make sure you stay to the end, because we're going to compare this information to a commercial construction schedule, and then we'll come first, second, and third when we're building a commercial property. So stay tuned. If this is something you want to hear about, stay tuned, and we can get started.
All right, everyone. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about, if we want to build a home, what should we be thinking about? And you may want to build a home where you have to employ services of a general contractor. And so this video is really not for a contractor that wants to look at a set of plans, go through the details, because you know I can do that. But we are going to go over the different steps that are, what you need to think about first, second, and third when it comes to building a home. And then we're also going to review a construction schedule from a Popeyes Louisiana kitchen that's built from the ground up, and do a comparison of what's involved in that. Okay, so when you think about building a home, you think about the site work. And site work is the site, the dirt, the land that the home's going to be built. And so when you think about that, I want you to think about the stuff we have to do before we even put down the foundation, and the stuff we're going to do once the home is built. We want to make it look pretty when we're finished. And so when we think about the site work, we want to kind of break that up into 2 different time spans, 2 different operations, but it's still all the same land. Okay, so that's one. So you want to break the site up in, so that's really like 2. Okay.
Second is the structure. Now, we want to build a home that stands up, that stays up, whether there's an earthquake, a tornado, we want a basement. Well, the structure is the portion of the home that's built to last, to stand, and to hold up the weight of the roof and everything inside the home. And so you want to think about that. That's the structural set. And just an aside, this construction documents are broken up into sets, right? So we have a civil set, and that's the set that involves all the building of everything that's outside. So when you step outside your home and step outside a commercial building, the civil set contains all the diagrams and all the construction related to building everything you see outside, from the concrete to the light poles to the driveways to the streets. Okay, so that's the civil set. So that's everything outside. Then we have the structural set. That's the set that shows us how to build a structure. The main things that are going to make a home stand up. The concrete foundation. And if you take some classes, we'll explain that concrete and set of plans are in two different sets. So if it's concrete outside, it's in the civil set. If it's concrete for the home, it's in the structural set. So that's kind of confusing. But the structural set, that's the set that we have foundation, concrete, all the columns and posts and beams and headers. And again, you take a class, and I'll be coming up with shorts that explain the definitions, construction definitions. So what is a header? And then, you can take a look at that over the next couple of months. So the construction has a lot of different definitions that are very important that you need to know. Especially if you're going to get in it or if you're interested in getting in it. Okay? And we hope young people are interested in getting into construction. So, all right, so that's the structural set. So, and then we have the architectural set. Well, that's the set that everything we're going to, the structural set, let's go back. The structural set builds the shell. So if you're ever driving down the freeway and you see new apartment buildings being built, well, that's the structural set and it's building the shell. That's the S plans. Roof framing, all the door openings, window openings, all that's the structural set. And then the architectural set is everything that's going to fill in those walls and close in the building. That's what's found in the architectural set. So that's the third thing you want to think about. Is everything that fills in the building and makes it, and puts in all what we call finishes. So that's everything from the drywall to the new walls on the inside of the building, all the new exterior walls, all of that is in the architectural set. So as well as all the new ceiling fixtures, not fixtures, but all the new ceilings, and all the new carpet, tile, all of that is in the architectural set. So we've gone to civil set, which is everything outside, the structural set, which is the thing that the columns, beams, headers that make the shell of the building, and then the architectural set, which closes in the shell and begins and makes the inside very nice and livable. And then there are the other three sets you need to think about. And if you want to think about these are the sets of plans that bring systems into the house. When I say systems, bring light, water, heating, air conditioning, toilets. That's mechanical, which is known as, and if you take a class, you'll know mechanical is both the plumbing plan and the HVAC plan. But those are the three other sets. And those are the sets that are involved in concrete, asphalt, drywall, stuff. These are the sets that are involved in systems that we bring into the house that makes the house livable and comfortable. Again, toilets, so that's the plumbing plan. Heating, that's the HVAC plan. And electrical, That's the electrical set. And so all of those different sets, civil, structural, architectural, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, are all of the sets that we need to build a house. So those are the plans that you get and the plans that we have when we're looking at whether it's a house or anything from the ground up. You have the same sets of plans. It really just depends on what you're doing. Are you building a house? Are you building a hotel? Are you building a Popeyes? Okay, so let's get to the main stuff. So if I'm building a house, concept number one is the site. Okay, so we're going to show, and I'm going to take myself off of here so we can start to show the plans. And where am I? And there, say bye. All right, so now, first thing we're going to think about is the site. And so, in this set of plans, we have what's called the civil set. That's the site. Okay, in this civil set, it's showing us, if we pan in, right, it's showing us, and you gotta have a lot of construction knowledge to kind of figure out what it is showing, but certain parts of the house are the house, certain parts of the driveway, okay, and they're just marking all of that out, okay, and all of this is the site, and so this is telling our people that work on the site, DS is a downspout, so it's showing the location. And remember, this is a set of plans for a custom home, which is much different. See, that's a custom home that's going to be built. And that's much different layout, different than it would be if it was a commercial building. Okay, so when you build a home, first thing is the site. You gotta get it into the civil set. You gotta move dirt around. You gotta mark it off. You've got to see, first do the survey, so everybody's seen the folks with survey machines that look like tripods, and it looks like they're taking pictures. But what they're really doing is surveying the land based on the GPS coordinates in satellites and those in the machine that they're using, giving the coordinates, and all of these broken lines really just represent what we call contour lines. And remember, this is from the ground up, so this is just a piece of land that's just sitting there. And so we take the survey and we tell the engineers, the architects, what the land layout looks like, and that's what all of those lines represent. Those numbers represent GPS coordinates of the heights and depths of the dirt at those locations. And so this is kind of the dirt and the land that they're starting with. And then the engineers and architects and structural engineers and everybody goes through now and builds a set of plans. And now they're going to give us the numbers that we need, the height and depth, right, of the dirt that we need to build our foundation, to build our driveways. And those are the differences in the numbers. But take the class. I'll be more than happy to go into detail. But again, the first step of building a home is the site. Drawing out what we want. The survey has to be taken. What's underground, we got to pull it out. We got to move dirt. We got to do all kinds of stuff to make it level and even. Okay. And so you get something like this, which is beautiful if you're doing an estimate. It kind of tells you how a driveway is supposed to be. It's just really cool. Okay, so this is telling us how our driveway is supposed to be, and we have a well and a pump house, the projected location, okay? So first is the site. Site plan is not always going to be found in the civil drawings, and let me just take just really quickly to go over this. So, remember, site plan is all the dirt. And to build your foundation, your dirt has to be level, everything has to be right for you to come in there with, so when you see the trucks moving dirt and that's what they're doing, okay? So when you get a set of construction documents, this is they spend a lot on this set. That's why I use this is a very nice set. I'm very excited about this set. So this is the driveway, right, in the parking lot. Well, they're telling the excavator, cross-sections of the earth, that the dark line represents what we want always in construction. The dark line is new construction, where this line, when we're talking about excavating, meaning we're gonna need to move the dirt, e.g. is existing grade. And so this, because it's to scale, meaning we can use it to make measurements, we can use this and be very accurate on how much dirt we have to fill out. Because if this is where we want our driveway to be, right, this is where the dirt is. So what do we have to do? We have to remove the difference between what we want and where the dirt is. Okay, and when you have something like this and there's a scale that you can measure, it's really easy to determine how many cubic yards of dirt you have to move, and it's very nice. In some cases, you have to remove the dirt, right? If this is what we want, and that's what we have as far as this is dirt on top of this, we got to cut. They call that cutting, right? But in this case, this is what we want, right? In this case, same thing. This is what we want. This is what we have. So we still got to cut a little more here. We got to cut a lot. And at some point, it's going to reverse here. It reverses. This is what we have as far as the slope of the dirt, but this is what we want. So we fill that in. And so it's kind of complicated, but you cut a certain amount of dirt, and you can use that to fill in a certain amount of dirt. So that's the site work. That's what we talk about when we build our house on dirt. But we got to make sure the dirt is the right height and depth for our foundation, for our patio, for our everything. So that's what those are showing us. This is a good set of plans. And this is a utility plan, right? So remember, your site plan you're going to use at 2 different times. First time is like this, to move the dirt, and now I've moved the dirt, and now I have to build all of my underground pipe and stuff, right? All my underground sewer pipe, water pipe, drains, all of that, and that's what this represents. Okay, so still on the civil set, still dealing with the site, building my house, but now I'm doing all my underground pipe. And I'm sure you've gone by a construction site and you've seen like pipes coming up out the ground, like white pipes or blue or whatever, and then they're covered or whatever. Well, that's these, right? Because the bathroom, right, the toilet or whatever, is going to be built inside the house. So we got to we call that a step up. So we got to step it up. So when we're ready to do the foundation, at that point you probably see the foundation, right? You see the foundation and those are sticking up out the foundation. Okay, well that's this part. We're laying all of that down at this point. Okay, and this is in, again, the civil set when we're building our new house. Okay, and all this just a continuation because these plans are big, so they cut them in half, and then it just shows everything, all the underground utilities. Okay, now this one is, this is, what do they call it? It's it's basically the erosion control plan, but they call it something else. Best practices. Something practices. But it's the erosion control plan. And what's erosion control? Basically, when we're building something from the ground up and we moving dirt and all that stuff, you see how it's walled in the whole site? Well, we don't want our construction waste to mix in with the sewer system because we just don't want construction waste, and that's just the way it goes. Or an erosion in real terms means the wearing away of the earth. Well, we try to, through our construction, to eliminate the wearing away of the earth. And so that's why we put grasses and like everything that's done along a highway or driveway, that's pretty much erosion control. Okay, and when you have new construction, these are like little things filled with sand, fiber rolls, because again, they don't want our dirt and all our construction waste to mix in with the surrounding area. Okay, so that's what that is. All part of our site work, right? All part of that's a storm drain, outfall. Okay, so all part of the underground work that needs to be done in the civil set, and all the basins and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So now let's go back to our finished product. All right, so this is our custom home. That's our home. So now from the civil set, we did all the underground stuff under here. So when they go to the bathroom, the pipes are coming up. So that's all the civil. We did all of the contours of all of this when we did all of the grading and stuff. But then the second time we get into the civil set, it will be more of a landscape. So putting in the trees and the nice walkways, cobblestones. So that's the two times you get into the civil set. First is moving the dirt, underground utilities, grading, excavation, and then you start to build the house. So now you're going to go into the structural set. Once you've dug up the dirt, once you put the underground and everything in, now you've got to go to the structural set. Let's start with the drawings. Okay, so concrete slabs, that's in the structural set. So what's in the structural set? The foundation. All of the concrete foundation, everything that the house sits on, the bottom of the box is pretty much the foundation. Okay. And so, foundation for the main floor. Okay, so this is the structural set. Now, again, civil set, we dug up the dirt, we did everything we had to do. Now we have to build the concrete structure. And now remember I was saying you have your posts that are involved in the structural set, continuous footers for all of our load-bearing walls. If you go and take a class, but basically you have walls in your home that are meant to carry loads. And those are the ones that are usually, in all cases, your exterior walls are always meant to carry load because it has to carry the weight of the roof joist. And then any of the walls built on a concrete footing coming inside the home, like this one is, you know that this is a structural wall. Any wall built on a continuous footing or footing of any kind, any wall built on a footing is a structural wall, meaning it's a load-bearing wall, meaning you can't just go knock this wall down. If you knock a load-bearing wall down in the center of the house, chances are the whole house is going to fall. Okay, so you have partitions that are not load-bearing walls. Typically, those, like if you go in an office building, most of those are partitions. You may have one or two that are load-bearing walls in the center of the building, like adjacent to the bathroom or something. But most of those are not load-bearing walls, meaning you can take those down, put those up, and it won't affect the structural integrity of the home or the business. But again, any wall built on a footing, a concrete footing, is bolted into that concrete, and that's why it is a structural wall. Okay, so that's what you see in the structural set. So number one is all of the bottom of the box, which is the foundation. Okay, so now we go and we do the structural framing. And because this is a two-story home, okay, we have the slab, and then we have the roof framing. So it's going to give us the main floor, right, is just built on the concrete slab, right? We don't have framing on our main floor, right? Nobody has. You may have a crawl space or something, but you don't have floor framing on your main floor. And here it shows us our roof framing. So the roof is a structural member because, again, the roof, whatever makes the box, which is the concrete foundation, and the roof framing, those are structural members. Those are structural portions that make anything that makes up the box is a structural portion of that project. Roof is always a structural. So anything you put in the roof, on the roof joist, has to be very strong. Okay, so the exterior walls are structural. that's why you have to use what we call headers. And headers are put in the door openings and window openings because, again, the exterior walls of any building, whether it's a home or a Popeyes, is a structural wall. And when you build a window or a door, and of course they're all built at the exterior, you have to make sure you put a header in there. And the header is usually, this case, here's a header right here. Headers usually put in between the columns, so we know we have a 6x6 column on both sides, and the header is a pressurized type of wood. We can use a combination of a bunch of 2x6, 2x8, 2x4s with a piece of plywood to fill in the gap, or we can use these types of beams, or we can use LVL beams as headers. Okay, so anytime you see something like that, LVL beams, those are structural components. Okay, so when you're building a house, again, this is everything that's making that building shell. So of course you've seen a home not all the way built, and you've certainly seen the roof joist just sitting there, right? So yeah, this is what this is. And because and this one I believe is a 2-story home, and so we have the bottom floor, which is the concrete foundation, and then we'll have the second floor ceiling joists, right? And then some more load bearing walls for the second floor, and then we have the roof joists. Okay, so again, how do we build a home? We're basically looking at a series of 5 different sets of construction documents. The first one is the civil set, where we have to dig out the dirt, we have to make it level, we have to do all that. And then we move to the structural set, where we have to build the foundation, and then build the building shell, which incorporates all the posts and columns and exterior walls. Well, not even exterior walls, because your exterior walls aren't filled in until you get to your architectural set. Okay, so this is simply our structural set telling us our shear walls. We have to build a shear wall, and a shear wall is just framing attached to this structural framing that shears it up, or I shouldn't say shear it up, that protects it from shears, from earthquake, all wind shears and all that. And so structural set is the box. So you go, next time you go buy a new construction, when you see just all of that wood framing, and you see the roof framing and the triangle shape and all of that, that's this part. This is the structural set that they're working on now. Once you start to see the plywood filled in, that's still this part. But once you start to see the paper being filled in, the building paper, you start to see the insulation being filled in, well, then that's where we go to the architectural set. Okay, so remember that this is the second step of the 4-step process. We dug out the ground, put in the pipes, utilities, made it nice and level. Then we set down the foundation, we made the building shell, and then we went to the architectural set, where we started to build in all of the new walls. Okay, so all of these now, all the posts and columns and headers are already in. This is all of our new walls that are being built in between all the posts and columns and headers, and then all of our new windows that we're going to have put in, the window openings that the structural set left. Right, and then we're going to let me find a door. Oh, there's it there at the mechanical room. Remember, this is a custom home, so they got just very nice little hookup, right? Fridge 1, fridge 2. Fridge 2 probably just full of alcohol. It's my fridge 2, full of Corona. And I talk about drinking, and I have to say, I come from a family of people who drink responsibly. And so, forgive me if, some people are offended because they have an issue with that. But again, everything's good in moderation. And I come from a family that drinks responsibly. I always have, from my mother, my father, and so please don't ever take that the wrong way. All right, so architectural set, third step of your home. You've dug in the dirt, right? Now, you dug in the dirt, put in all your underground pipes. They're all sticking about the ground. Once they were sticking about the ground, you went and did your formwork to make your foundation, and then you built your building shell around. Because you got to set your foundation first, right? Because actually, when we do the foundation, we're running a rebar, reinforced steel, and that rebar we're running, and we're having parts of it stick about the ground. So we can bolt our exterior walls actually to those posts and the columns and the screws and bolts for the columns. Those are actually sticking up out that concrete even before we start to lay these walls, because those we build those walls into that concrete, into those posts, and that's why they're load-bearing walls. Concrete's very strong, so any wall anything you build into concrete is going to be able to carry the load. Okay, so and as we saw, I think we saw some of the interior walls built on coming into the home. Well, those probably like this one. And one thing you have to know when you're looking at different sets of plans, remember a project could have up to typically 5 sets, right? The civil set, the structural set, the architectural set, and the MEPs. Okay, 6 sets. So when we're looking at one set, which now we're looking at the architectural set, meaning everything that's going to fill in that building shell, top to bottom, it's not going to give us information about the foundation, because that's in a totally different other set, and that's why we have separate sets. Nor will it give me any detail about the lighting, or they'll show me where the toilets are and all of that, but it doesn't tell me anything about the piping. That's the plumbing set. Okay, so just know we separate them because they do different things. Okay, so now we're in the architectural set. So now we filled in the walls. We have our new interior walls filled in. And then as we go through each of these sets, it's a big home. So these are all these black lines are all of our new walls that are being built in between all the posts and columns and stuff that were built from the structural set. Okay, so our garage walls, everything, showing this little stuff. Okay, and then we have the garage upper plans, nice up, bottom, top garage. Real nice, right? Custom home. And now, the architectural set is designed to tell us everything that's going to make the home beautiful. And so the architectural set tells us everything that goes inside, right? All our new walls and how they're finished, even how they're painted. But it's also going to show us how the exterior is going to look, all the finishes. That's what the architectural set does. It basically tells us everything that goes in and on our building once the S plans are finished. Okay, once we start to fill in the walls and fill in the roof. Okay, so it's going to show us all of that. These are called exterior elevations, and we have typically a building has 4 sides, and so you have 4, or maybe this got a separate garage, so it's showing you that, and this is showing you first and second floor, how nice it is. Okay, so those are the architectural plans, showing us what our doors and windows, sizes of them all, right? Architectural fills in everything once we have finished with our structural set. So yeah, I need to know all my different pretty doors, windows, it's a custom home. So look at all, and these are all of the doors and windows going into this custom home, okay? Architectural set, all the doors in the architectural set. So we know we have these many doors because our door schedule is going to tell us exactly how many doors, and this gives us skylights too, even if they're the same size. So we have 50 different window, door type items for this custom home. Okay, architectural set. And then it starts to give you different views on how you're building your interior walls and how you're building your new ceilings, right? Everything that goes in and on the buildings. When we left the structural set, it was just a shell. It may have had these beams, okay, but it didn't have the ceiling, it didn't have the drywall, it didn't have the blocking, it didn't have any of this. That's the purpose of the architectural set, to tell you where to put all of that stuff. So it's going to give you very details of all of everything, doors, windows, openings, overhead, everything. So now you can go finish it, meaning you can put the right wood, siding, whatever on top of that structure, finished in the S plans. Okay? And now, the last 3 sets: mechanical, electrical, plumbing. Okay, so when we talk about a home set, the MEPs are really just like, they don't spend a lot, most don't spend a lot of time and effort, so they may put more than one of those trades on one set. Like, tell me what type of toilet and the type of lights at the same time. Okay, so what does this say? Yeah, this says electrical mechanical plumbing, meaning mechanical is the HVAC something. Okay, it's probably, from what I can remember, under heated floors, that kind of thing. Okay, all right, architectural set, everything that fills in once we finish with the S plans when we're building our home. Okay, so we've got our mechanical, basement, electrical, and then what's that? See, and see, they put the MEPs in the architectural set where they should have been their total own set. But then that's pretty much how homeowner set does. And now let's go back to the civil set, because once we finish all the inside, right? We finished all the inside. We know we're not gonna bring big trucks of tile or have to have loaders coming to the door to give me all the drywall to go in, or the whatever, the rocks. But then once we're finished with all of that, we start to fill in all of the hardscape. That's what that is, the hardscape plan, to show you all the pretty driveways. And this really does not have a deep landscape plan with trees and stuff. I think we probably just kept the trees that were there, and then they did a lot of concrete and driveways and stairs and stuff. Okay, so building a home is like building anything. You start with your site, dig it out, right? Level it off. Then you go to underground utilities, because you have to have your water, your gas, your sewer. After you dig all that out, you put that in, you cover it up. Cover that up, make it all nice and smooth. Then we go to our structural set, because we're gonna make our box. We're gonna make our foundation, and then our posts and beams and columns to make that box. With the roof framing, still see the roof, we just see the framing. Then we work our way to that architectural set that fills in the box, from everything from plywood roof insulation to beautiful exterior stone finishes. That's all the architectural set. And then we go back to the civil set. If we have any landscaping, that would be also in the civil set, because what's civil? Everything that's outside the building, outside the door, and which would include a beautiful landscape. So let's look at one thing that I want to point out when it comes to commercial construction. Okay, because that's we have that. Let's see. Let's bring that down here. Okay, so we just found out the scheme of things for a home. Now this is pretty much a typical construction schedule for a Popeyes. Okay, and so
Basically the same thing that we just saw and I talked about in the plans. Here in commercial, you'll do the same thing. The GC will do the same thing for that home. But mobilizing, meaning getting everything in order, getting everything at the site, ordering everything, surveying, right? That's what we saw on the civil set. So we had to survey and then lay out the formwork and the rough grading. All of that is in our civil set, structural set, especially laying out the formwork. When we say lay out the formwork, that's laying out the foundation and how it's going to set. Okay? Building slab, rough in, that's everything on that civil set utility plan. Building slab, rough in, and the structural set. Okay, so, once you start to dig out everything, put your utilities in, you're ready for your building slab or your foundation. Underground electrical rough ins, right? All of that underground work, all of that in the civil set. Civil set, structural set, of course, they'll go together because of the foundation. Okay, so underground plumbing rough ins, underground. Okay, and one thing to note, there is an inspection process that has to take place. Okay, usually once the site utilities get in place, and then once the building utilities get in place, and then once everything is finished. So the inspections are also a big part of all of this too. That's not talked about a lot. That's why your construction schedule has to be right on, because you usually make those inspection times on schedule in advance, and you got to be ready for that, because it costs you money if you're not. Okay, so as we were going through our set, underground, and then rough framing, right? So once we finish the slab, we can get into that shell, rough framing. And then this is a kitchen, so with the rough roof framing, they're going to install those hoods because that has to be, the roof framing has to be more of headers and stuff put in the roof because of those heavy hoods. Because again, just like an opening in the wall, exterior wall, opening in the roof requires additional structural framing too. Okay, and then they start working on the parking lot, right? So if I wanted to start for my home to start to, form out where I want, the backyard to be, or if I had new trees to put in the backyard or something, that's when I would start that process, right? Once they're messing with the site and the dirt already. Okay, and then they start to get into the roofing. Yeah, they're closing up the building now, right? Site utilities, electrical, all that's finished. Now we're going to close up the building with the roofing and the building electrical. So we don't want the electrical coming in, right, until the roof is finished. And then the plumbing, that all's going to go together. And then the ductwork, all that's together. We inspect it. And now we start to fill in the inside and tidy up the outside. Same thing you would do for your home. And then all of this stuff is interior finishes, exterior finishes, floor tile. Okay. So let's go over some. And so my whole point is, whether it is a home or a Popeyes Louisiana kitchen, the process is the same. You're in the site, you got the site, it's clear, you do the survey, what's underground, what do I have to demo out of the site. Then I start to dig up for my underground utilities. Then I start to lay down my foundation. And once my foundation's laid, I do my exterior load-bearing walls and I start to build that shell. Once the shell's completed, I gotta close it in now with the roof, the drywall, and close in the sides. And then once all that's closed in, we got our interior, our A plans, and then we have rough-ins for our electrical, mechanical, and plumbing. In the foundation part, especially if it has to come from underground up, and then once we're finished, those same trades come back to put in the pretty fixtures and to make sure the heater works or whatever, and the toilets are nice and ready to go. And then a final cleaning, that's when they come in. Final cleaning may come twice. Like once all the rough stuff is done and we start to put in the nice interior, they may come then, and then also definitely at the very end. So building a house takes time, takes effort. You know, it's that 4-step process, but you know it is what it is. You have your land, you dig it up, you put your pipes, you close them in. You put your foundation, you build your shell, you close it in, you make it pretty. Then you do your grass. So hopefully I've made building a house not more complicated, hopefully very easy and more simple. Please give me your comments and please subscribe. I will see you maybe building a hotel. Talk to you soon. Okay, I hope you found that information very useful. And make sure to join up at our website, our program we call Construction Master. It's $49.99 a month, and you meet with us 3 times a week. We work on your own projects, and we go through an array of different types of buildings and different projects that we know eventually over time, like I did, you'll become an expert. See you soon. Hey everybody, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. We are going to go over our next step in this project and the estimates that we'll be producing. And now this is our floor plan. And on our floor plan, a lot of things are here. And basically what we're going to be doing, they're all existing walls, so we need to measure it out because we need to, it's wall number 1, so we need to look and see what it tells us to do for that. And then there's another wall number 2, so we're going to measure that. And of course, from the floor plan, we can measure how many linear feet, but then we have to find a section view to determine the height of the wall because, of course, we need to measure in terms of square feet. And so we're going to do what's easy first. We have a little legend up here. Gives us an idea. So that's trenching. Then there's cable in the floor. New skirting. New skirting. I have to look that up. And the partition. And bubbles, right, means that we have changed the plans. And then we look at number 2 to see what the change is. And that triangle 2 should be somewhere on the plans. Triangle 2, the new date was just on the 12th. And let's see. Here we go. Supply and drain pipes under labs shall be insulated or otherwise configured to protect against contact. Okay. That's the revision. Okay, so but the first thing I'm going to do is make sure we set the scale. What is that? 3/8. So yeah, we'll have a part 2 of all of these. Did a demo already, and then we'll have a part 2 of the pricing and the Excel spreadsheet. Probably Sunday. It is Saturday, October 22nd. Didn't this month go by so fast? My goodness. All right, so what are we doing? What did I do? Okay, so trenching. Let's do that first. So let's do that. We got to get more detail on the trench, but let's do that first. And where else did I see it? Over here. Okay, this is pretty easy as far as the takeoff, so we won't take forever. All right, and then we have to do that wall number 1, and then we're going to take a look at what wall number 2 is, what wall number 1, wall number 2. And so we're just going to call it wall 1 and measure the length. And so that's here. And it does include these 2. And then usually I'll go halfway through the door. right? Because I'm measuring the full length of the wall, but the wall isn't full length. Or I could just not go through it at all. Now this is the bathroom. It doesn't have that in the bathroom. So yeah, the bathroom is gonna stay as is. I'm gonna go halfway through that door. Everywhere I see the one, both sides are halfway through the door. That's the two. It's one. And one. And just all the way where we see the one. Oop, kind of crooked, but that's okay. And what we got in here? There's something else going on in here. Yeah, that cladding. So we'll do, that's different than these. So we'll do that. So it's this too. And that. I don't know what's going on there. We'll take a look. We'll add that later. Alright. We got all of the one, and then now we're gonna do wall two. So like I said, this one's pretty easy, and I believe we're putting new. And we'll go to the ceiling plan. That's wall two. We'll take a look and see what wall two is. There's nothing going on in there. Da-da-da-da-da. New skirting. Okay, now as far as the flooring, now what we're gonna do is floor F2 bathroom. Might as well get that knocked out. F2 bathroom floor, because we're doing the finishes too. And then if we do every corner, it'll do all of the. Oh, we can't because we're not going through. We can't do unless we want to do waste. Because if we do every point, dot, 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 then we'll do the perimeter. So the full perimeter is 29.25 feet, but we won't be putting wall base here, so we can't use that. Or we can say that, subtract. Let's see, deduct door for wall, bathroom, wall, base. That way we just deduct that. And then that's the bathroom wall base. Okay, that. And what we got on this floor, yeah, that's F2. That's F2B2. F2B2, same thing here. So we could do the same thing here. It's the same. So I'm just going to add to that. Because it's the same type of flooring. And then I can deduct that door opening length also for the wall base. Well, actually two. Well, remember that when I go to do the estimate, I'll just subtract it at that time. So it's 60 feet, 60.5 feet perimeter minus that opening for the wall base. Okay. And now, got the walls. And now let's see ceramic tile. Oh, good. Owner supplies the tile. We just installed it. That's nice. Skirting, I gotta look at that. Area B1. And area B1, whatever B1 is. But we're going to do the tile because we're going to stop here too. It says here where the floor, right here is where we stop the floor tile. All right, that's going to be nice for the tile. That's going to be a good amount. Floor tile's not cheap. The tile is cheap. The installation ain't cheap. All right, let's go here. We go here, and then we're gonna go. Let's go back up here to there, and then we come here, and all the way across. Here, here. It's all floor tile. I'm not sure we're gonna have it. Those look like maybe we may not have it under whatever our fixtures are, but I mean, it'd be waste. We could figure that part out later, but probably we will. All right, so that's the flooring. It says the sales area is that. Yep, look at me. Look at us. Okay, F1B1 P1. So I guess the walls are painted P1. Okay, so if I did the perimeter, then I know that times 10 feet for our paint. So we probably got about what? The linear feet is 124, give or take. Because I did every point. You can see the points I did. If you do all the points, then this tool will calculate your linear, so your perimeter. And if I say it's a 10-foot wall, then I've already have my paint. If it's all P1, which it appears it is. So that's the floor, that's the base, that's the walls. And I also have 124 linear feet of the wall base. So I made that easy. All right, so let's go to the ceiling, see what we got to do for that. Which basically the ceiling we got to replace. Let's do that. 24 by 24. Replace 24 by 24 access panel. So takeoff is just making sure you count for everything on the plan and don't add what you don't see. All right, so it looks like we got new jib here with that hole, right? But it's waste. And I believe our hole got some speakers we'll have to account for, but I believe the new ceiling. New drywall. There we go. All right, so we're just going to redo this area only. Let's make sure it's to scale. And then our next one will probably be the electrical because we need to just knock out the specialty trades as fast as possible. And let's do sales, ceiling, and we know it's jip. Okay, remember we got a part 2 where we're going to get the pricing from the cost book and figure out how many man hours it's going to take. And really, the man hours is what it is when we determine this. But it's all about how many humans you have to do the work, how long it's going to take. It could take you 40 man hours if you got 5 folks. It's knocked out, right? Because each person can do 8 hours, supposedly. So you determine how many people you need based on the job you have to do and then how fast you need to do it. All right, so I think we got new, existing, so we just have to paint. Let's just do that because we know we got to paint the ceiling. So we'll just add paint, existing, trying to knock out all the takeoffs. Existing bathroom. So we knock that out. And let's see. I think this is open ceiling. Yeah, I think that's open. Well, I don't think we have to worry about that. It should. Oh, wooden panels. Wait, hold on a minute. Back here, wooden panels? Oh, okay. Or just right here. I'm confused. I think just right here. It's wooden panels. Well, it tells me how many square feet it is. So let's just do. Because it doesn't have it. This is the back of the house. I guess it's all the back of the house. Let's see. If it's 160 square feet, then it's everything. So we got the wooden ceiling panels, new gyp for there. And then we have existing lights, existing. Let's see. Yeah, the cladding, we have another plan. We'll do that separately for that. And let's see, our section view, because we need to know SK1. So A212, we need to know the height of that wall, right? So we need to get the section views because we did the length. And that's not the one we want. Let's see. Where is it? That's for the door we want for the building. Let's see. Come on, where are you? I don't know. That's too far. Alright, let's see. Oh, we'll use the demo section. It's just as good. Alright, so that's the bathroom. So our height of our wall, 3/8. So let's do the scale so we'll know, okay, it's already done. So we know our wall height. We'll call it wall height. That's probably what I was looking for. So we know when we're doing our prepping our existing walls, it's 11 feet 4 inches. Basically all the walls. Alright, so that's everything that we could possibly do in terms of the takeoff. We'll have a separate video for the storefront there. It's a little more complicated and I want to point out a lot of different things. So yeah, and then the fixtures, the furniture, we need to probably determine mirror because we have to clean the mirrors. So we already know how long it's going to take us to clean. That's the only reason why we need that. We're not going to do an estimate to install, though that's a great scope of work. Installing the fixtures, that's good. If you can do that, you got to be a really good handy person. But we got a floor mat. Let's measure that because we'll have to install that. So glad I looked at that. Anything related to the drywall framing and the finishes, pretty much, I'm gonna put in one video. Because you're with the looking at the set. If you know you need it, you might as well just go ahead and do the measurement. We have to install that. in terms of the flooring, that would be something. They would probably want the flooring person to make sure they set in place. So we're doing the flooring. All right, so I think that's it for this floor plan. We had to do some trenching. Right, let's cut that off. Had to do some trenching and basically the tile and then the wall base. Pretty simple. And then we're just prepping the existing walls to receive new paint. So if you have any questions, make sure you email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Our next video will be on this storefront. Like I said, that plan for that is a little crazy. So I want to point out all the details that will be uploaded probably Sunday. It is Saturday. A little later than it should be. But you know what? I can only do these when it's nice and quiet. So it's pretty nice and quiet around here at late. So floor plan, did some trenching, existing walls, and we did all of the ceiling. We have a new ceiling, new paint. This is a pretty simple, really easy actually renovation. Good money with really simple work. So if you have any questions, email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com and let me know what you think about the video, and please subscribe. And I will see you on the next video. Like I said, it'd probably be the storefront. Then we're going to work through all the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing because I have to submit this by the 24th. And it's just a matter of time. So hope you enjoy, and I'll see you soon.
Hello, I hope your new year is starting well. And in this video, we're going to review the drywall framing and all the interior and exterior finishes, and review based on the plans, and just to give a clearer picture of the takeoff and what was required and what we had to do. So I will take my face off of here and we'll get started. And so the first portion of our review is, of course, all of the new drywall and all of the new walls. Because this is a renovation, there are two things to think about. One is the new wall construction, and that will always be given by, we have wall 1A and wall 2A, and those were of a particular configuration. We'll look at the estimate created based on this takeoff. So we have a number of new interior partitions that are created. So from this plan, we were able to get how many linear feet of each one. So wall 2A was 8.4 linear feet, and wall 1A is about 50 feet, and now we also delineated the firewall that separates or between each of the tenants in this facility, because that's an existing wall, and so there has to be some kind of review of the wall to make sure all of the wall is still fire compliant, that type of thing. So we delineated or detailed how many linear feet that was, and then all of the storefront, which is particularly all mostly just the glass, and so there's not much wall there to prep for a new paint. But when we look at the ceiling plan, we did have some soffits at the perimeter and also at these locations that had to be accounted for as far as prep and getting it ready for the new paint. And so those were pretty much the storefront window was about 83 feet, and the existing wall on where we only had one side is 3 feet. And so make sure we did all of the details. Okay, so that's the new wall. And so what resulted is this estimate where we now this set of plans did not have a very good section view, and so we took it from the exterior elevations where it indicated where the ceiling was.
So we just went a little higher than the ceiling as far as the height of the walls. And so we had 50 feet of wall 1A, and it was 6-foot framing, and then the bracing we accounted for, and the drywall, one on each side, so double the framing, and then a level 5 finish. Based on, and this pricing is based on hundreds. So we had 22 hundreds. Okay, so the CSF is 100 square feet. And then it did have sound, attenuation, and then the acoustical we had on, it looks like was 22 feet, we had 100 feet. So it's probably just on, well, top and bottom. And then all the other walls in their construction. And then also we had, there were some portions of the, well, there is a new canopy that was going to be installed. And so it had particular structural components. Also, that wall was pretty difficult to kind of make heads or tails of because, let's go to it if I can find it. This wall. Okay, so this is elevation at the canopy. So this is kind of confusing, but because this portion of the wall is to be provided by the owner, and so it appears that the only thing that the contractor would provide for this is all of the bracing and the screws here. And so, you know, we want to double check to make sure that is complete. But that, again, that was very confusing as to this portion of the wall and these structural components. Like, they're providing the wall and we're not constructing the wall, but they want us to provide what now? And so for the canopy, this is the extent of that. And that may need to be corrected. There was one new door, so that's the door framing for the framer. The door frame, two new doors, so hollow metal frames, and that was for the framing and drywall portion. Okay, so now, if we go to now we're going to go to the exterior. Well, let's go to the ceiling plan. Go to the ceiling plan, and everything was new ceiling. And so it was 2x2 acoustical ceiling tile, and the ceiling height was 21 feet 6 inches. And so in the majority of the area, but in the bathroom, I believe it's 10-foot ceilings. But that has nothing to do with how many square feet of acoustical. And so that came to 1,672 square feet. And now all of the exterior, now because it was an existing building, the only thing as far as the exterior prepping of walls is where it exactly pointed to. So we didn't do an exterior prep of anything here, just assuming that it's as it is, so none of that was accounted for. So any of this that's not colored in, the only thing we did the prep for is keynote number 5, and all of these were new things were being either new paint, new something, new tile, but this wasn't. Nothing there was accounted for. We did account for cleaning the windows, or how many square feet of that there was. Existing doors had to be prepped. And this is the new canopy, so we didn't apply any paint for that. And you know, when it comes to completing the takeoff, if it's not there, if it's not noted, if it's clear, if it's not clearly noted, even with sweeping hands, because this could have had sweeping hands to say we do all of this, but it directly pointed to this, so that's the only square feet of area that we accounted for prepping of this exterior. And all of the new canopies, from all of the 4 views, and painting that we accounted for that. We accounted for all of that in the windows. Okay, and now our interior, based on the interior section, interior elevations, basically how many square feet of paint. So this was a small retail, not very complicated, not very detailed. They had so level 5, we did not account for everything as a level 5, only where it was indicated. And so we painted that, we accounted for the paint, accounted for the prep, but the level 5 was only applied to where it specifically said level 5 labor, associated with that drywall prep. So if there's any discrepancies on that, that is why, because we assume they marked out a level 5 for this wall because level 5 is very detailed, very time consuming, very labor intensive, so they only wanted it where they had it marked, and so that's the only place that we indicated the mark. Okay, so and then our finishes. So all of our floor base, floor tile, and that's where we account for that, for those areas. And then broke down the interior, using the interior elevations for the restroom, the paint from the tile, from the base. And so try to give a very detailed view of the takeoff so you can see that everything that is supposed to be accounted for is, and if there is not, if something's not accounted for. Like in this case where we did not allow for any prep of this exterior wall because it didn't note that it should be. So if there again any discrepancies in the area or whatever, or if that needs to be added in, then we need to go ahead and figure out the difference in the square feet and add those in. But you never want to add more in an estimate other than other than what you see in the set, in the plans, on the plans, or else you run the risk of over bidding because you're including square feet, linear feet, something of that nature that is not a part. And so our next sets of plans for this small retail, we're going to have a short video for the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, because those are existing systems that are getting upgrades. And so we want to make sure, when it's an upgrade, there are things that are included that you have to do in addition, as opposed to it just being from the ground up. Everything's new. You don't have to attach, existing ductwork to the new ductwork, which is time consuming and very, expensive to do that. And that's what we have to do in this case. So again, the small retail went over the framing drywall. Just remember, when you're doing an existing renovation, you want to note the walls that are existing, because those have to be prepped for paint, as opposed to when your drywall person's going to finish the wall so they're ready for, to be painted. But when it's existing, that's a whole different labor rate, whole different material cost, all of that. So keep that in mind, and make sure to like this video if you learned anything from it. I hope you have. And make sure to subscribe. See you next time. Okay, I hope you found that information very useful. And make sure to join up at our website, our program we call Construction Master. It's $49.99 a month, and you meet with us 3 times a week. We work on your own projects, and we go through an array of different types of buildings and different projects that we know eventually over time, like I did, you'll become an expert. See you soon. Hey everyone, I hope your day is going good. In this video, I questions and compliment on the concrete work we did yesterday. And going deeper into this Hampton Inn Foundation concrete work, just want to go over a little bit in more detail on this work and go over what's called the post-tension concrete. If you remember a long time ago, somewhere in Florida around some university, that walkway bridge that was both a bridge and a walkway collapsed on some cars. Well, they used post-tension. And post-tension is what this is using for its foundation. And basically they did a study on the post-tension. And basically what they did, a couple of things wrong. When you work on a bridge that's made of concrete, you stop all the traffic from going under it. That's the kind of the first thing they did. Because it would have been okay if it just fell and not killed 5 people, right? But first thing they did wrong. Second thing they did wrong is that they undervaluated the strength that the bridge could hold. So meaning they said it could hold more than it did based on their faulty structural calculations. And so just want to go over the how the plans look when you do something like that. And basically what happened with them was that when they went the morning of the collapse to tighten, post-tension works with regular reinforcement. So you set your regular reinforcement prior to, like in normal cases, like you normally would, but then you also include those tension rods with once the concrete starts to cure, and so it's supposed to make it even more rigid and tighter. But again, the first thing they did wrong was not stopping the traffic. So the morning of because they saw cracks, right? And it's heavy concrete, so cracks should tell you there's a breach, right? You just building it. It's not like you've been there for a year or 2 or 3 or 4 or 20. So they saw cracks, they let them go, and in the morning of the collapse, one of the contractors went there because again, it's post-tension. You can tighten it while it's curing, while it's getting ready, while there were still cars, whatever. But they noticed it would never tighten. The tension rods would never get tight because they have to do it on this big mechanical thing, and they just kept turning and turning. Well, that tells you it's probably broke somewhere within because it's embedded within the concrete. It's broken. It's broken, and you underestimated the weight, so that's probably why you see the cracks. So everything hindsight is 2020. But that was the example that brought to my attention what post-tension reinforcement is. It's like, yeah, you set the regular reinforcement like you would any other time, but once it starts to cure, whatever, you set that, and that also supposed to make it tighter during the curing process. So when the concrete is getting ready to harden, that's when those things come into effect. And they're really thick cables of reinforcement connected through the slab, and the ends get tightened as the concrete is, well, there was a breach and wrong calculations, right? The structural set, which is foundation, is meant to keep the building up. And so it's based on calculations, based on math. And math is never wrong. Okay, so if something you do based on math goes wrong, you did the math wrong, right? Because math is never wrong. And that's why I love math. I never question math. Everybody, oh, why we got to do it that way? I don't care. Because I'm going to get an A, first of all. And second of all, I don't care. This is the way that it goes. And so math is never wrong. And so only thing can be wrong is the way that people use the math. And in that case, so I wanted to go over what the plans actually look like. And you have a plan that shows you the regular reinforcement at the bottom, and then the tension rods and all of that, and what those show and what those are at the top. So you get kind of 2 different plans for your foundation. And this is a parking garage, right? So multiple levels, got to be strong. And so just some of the terminology. So, I mean, if you're into concrete, this Hampton Inn would be just a thrill for you. But we have the concrete wall boundary reinforcing,
And so it's telling you 8 number 5s, the vertical reinforcement. So the horizontal, like the vertical reinforcement for the boundary walls, right? So probably the horizontal reinforcement is on the plans, which is usually the case, right? Then we have footings, 2 feet, 24 inch, 26 inch, 56 inch footing, pretty big footings. Okay, and those are the marks that we see on the plans, and we'd have to just measure how many linear feet, and a good cost book's going to give you the cost of that width and how do they say length. And then the cost book would give you a basic reinforcement, and so if it doesn't match, you just have to go in there and add the additional reinforcement, and that's the beauty of a cost book. It would have enough for you to make a good calculation, but you may have to add more depending on the specifics, like something like this one. As I was saying yesterday in one of the other videos, 7 foot, 7 foot width, that's not going to be in a typical cost book. So you can do something like that, price it out. What isn't a typical cost book, you can price it out by the cubic yard of concrete, which you have all the dimensions to do that. Instead of pricing it as a footing, probably be better that way. And then separately price all of the reinforcement. Probably be better that way. More accurate, and probably save you a ton of time. I love doing things the more complicated way. I don't know. You know, instead of 11 children, my mother and father been in place, so you always had to be real good. So doing it the hardest way probably make you better. I don't know. All right, so here's that. Okay, so here's the plans. And, I was looking through foundation plan. So that's the bottom. Right, so it's showing us all, yes, of course, we have to go to all of those section views to see how that reinforcing, that's like a section view of a wall. It's just a section view of the concrete at that area. Okay, and so all of the marks and then the wall joints, they're showing you where they want it, or the breaks or whatever. So this is a lot of good work. And then the column pad, and then the column. Okay, so yeah, you just have to start at one end, right, and just work your way all the way over. All right, so this is the foundation, and then I started working my way up in the set. Okay, so parking deck, top and bottom reinforcement plan. It's like, let's take a look at that. All right, so we're 7 number 5s times 10 feet 6 inches, 8-inch concrete slab with number 4s at the 12-inch off center each way, top and bottom. Okay, and so now we're starting to talk about all of the cables. 10. We're starting to talk about those tension rods. 10 number 5s. And it's 100 or it's 15 feet. Okay, so I started going to the next one, and here we go. Parking deck slab tension plan. Okay, so we do the regular reinforcement, and then we do the tension plan up. And it's like, okay, what does this mean? So we look very, every symbol is 4 and 6.75. So just, everything should be on the plan. If you're first of all, if you're the concrete contractor, and you're doing post tension, I mean, you should have like a PhD in concrete before you start messing with something like that. Or, whoever's in charge, the engineers, this is an engineer type concrete job, not just for some folks you find, and that's when the thing starts to fall so when you get something like this, you have to really, you tell a contractor, hey, I got a Hampton Inn. They're like, no, I don't do, yeah, because, okay, so let's see what this means, because this is that tension rod thing I'm talking about. And let me just quickly go to what I had to show you as far as that fatal situation. All right, so let's bring this down here. Okay, so it's a bunch of crap on here too, but hopefully it's what we want to see. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so we have those bundles. So here it gives us the post tension slab, working principle, stuff that components and construction. Okay, a bunch of crap because it just is. We all know that concrete has a high compressive strength and steel has a high tensile strength, and when you combine the two, yes. Okay, so it's showing how it's you do your regular thing there, and then now we have that. So when a heavy load is brought upon a structure, its concrete slab undergoes tension, which leads to the formation of cracks, and ultimately deformation occurs. To mitigate this problem, post-tension steel tendons are inserted at the time of concreting and tensioned after concreting with conventional rebars. Okay, and so you combine the two anchors, look in deep detail and how that works. But I was so amazed to find this set that I'm like, oh, okay, all right. So back to the set. I hope. Let's see. If we're back to the set. Yeah, we are. All right, back to the set. So we just want to give a little. So basically, when they're talking about this stuff, those are those rods I just showed in the picture. So, but what is that number is my thing. And so, of course, every sheet's going to have, what you need. And so this number, which we just looked at, it's the tendon height control point, 2 inches above slab soffit of perspective midspan of da-da-da-da-da. So it has something to do with, because each one that I looked at, that number above the circle got 12 feet, because I'm assuming, or inches, I don't know. Dead end of tendon, stressing end of tendon. Okay, so these are all concepts engulfed in structural engineering that if you're even a part of this, that you need to know the ins and outs of it as far as a worker, and make sure you're trained very well on how this actually works. But I thought it was real interesting to see the set of plans. Okay, so it gives us, the slabs here, and it gives us information about, look, 14, I rarely see a 14-inch concrete slab, but it's a parking lot structure, so I guess I haven't done a lot of parking lot structures lately, but, so they're showing us here, this is just the regular, the regular second floor, top and bottom reinforcement plan. Okay, and then they give you the next page is how the tension plan is run, how those tendons are run, but it doesn't give us same concrete slab at the whatever. But see, now that center point is 12.75, because I'm assuming, okay, the parking lot is going to tilt, right, drain. So very interesting. All I have to do is count how many of each we have, and I mean, as far as what that means, that's not my estimator's expertise, but I sure know how to determine how many cubic yards of concrete we need, and how many linear feet of these tension rods we're going to have to get. And the construction, or the page prior to that, is its job is to give us the
configuration of those tension rods. 11, number 5, da 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 da. Okay, so I thought that was very interesting as far as the concrete job and whatever. So we are definitely working on that. I can't even think of the name. It's Kamachi or something like that. It's a restaurant. Electrical, that's next coming up. And we'll probably have 3 different videos. The electrical is going to be crazy because what? Kitchens have a zillion home runs. And a zillion home runs start to look crazy. So you want to watch that one. You want to watch all the basics. And I will see you shortly. Have a wonderful day. Hey everyone, we had some technical difficulties last night, so we couldn't get this HVAC review out. So this is a full review of the Hampton Inn HVAC and how you kind of approach it when you have a multi-level commercial anything. It could be apartment buildings or hotels, but this is basically how you approach it. You have to think about it in terms of the common areas, and then each individual unit of the hotel will have or should have its own individual scheme on how the HVAC is going to run through the room. But that's what we'll look at. So we're looking at the cover sheet here and a whole bunch of technical stuff, and we will look at this set of specifications with respect to the electrical set, so we can see how because we are going to bid the electrical to make sure we see what additional things we have to provide that we don't see on the plans, and that's the whole purpose of the specifications. So go through all of that. So this is the first floor HVAC. My stomach just growled. It is 7 o'clock in the morning, but I never eat before I get on my bike. So, but I wanted to get this out this morning because it just wasn't working last night. All right, so this is the first floor. So what you have is the common area, right? This is a hotel. It's going to be and we see here the parking lot. And so it's showing us on the outside, but this is the first floor mechanical plan. And so all the HVAC, we've got some things added here. And so if you notice here what's added in the cloud, it doesn't give us the size of the ductwork at all. So we're going to have to check that out somewhere else. But all of the other sizes are given, right? 36 by 18. And this means it's going to be coming down. So we know that this is the supply grill coming down into the building. And of course, all of the mechanical equipment is going to be on the roof, right? And so what do we see here? 14 by 10. And then we've got some 90s with turn-in vanes. You always have to make sure you include that. And then we have the spiral. So we can tell what spiral, because this looks to be spiral, right? Round. And this is rectangular. And then we just have to do the measures. Supply grill coming down. X means supply. And so we have to assume with this rigid 14 by 10, we have to have a 90 coming down into the supply grill. So you have to think when you're looking in the ceiling, right? That's the HVAC work on the other side of the acoustical ceiling tile or the drywall, right? So it's going through the building, and at some point it has to come down, right? So I always assume it needs a 90 to come down to the supply grill. So that's how we run it to make sure we're covering everything, because that's stuff you don't see, but you should have a detailed view of the ductwork coming down, and so that should show you. All right, so just a bunch of ductwork. Okay, the only thing we need to do is measure the straight runs, and then the 90s, and then the reducers, and then the supply grills. We can always price them. That includes this mechanical, hand damper, or they may have a fuse damper type of situation, but it would tell you. And then that's a whole different then you have to worry about the electrical associated with that and all of that. And it's much more expensive. Okay, and so this is our first floor. And this is our parking lot. You know, I got to go deeper into this, but it's not much. Some coming into the management room of the parking lot, that kind of thing. And so when we see this, we know it's coming from somewhere else. It's not just hanging there, right? So you have to assume that, it is 4-inch supply air up. So we're going to give an additional 90 for the turn and then 10 feet for the actual ductwork going up. Rule of thumb I always use. Okay, so we have the second floor. Okay, now here where we have the rooms, right? And so here's a perfect example right here. It says refer to typical guest room layouts. And so what we figured out is here we have the guest room layout somewhere here. That's a double queen. It's probably on the next page, but this is still some common area. Meeting rooms on the second floor. So you just gotta measure ductwork and count 90s. And remember, when you count the 90s, you're counting the 90s based on the size of the ductwork. Okay, and see in here, this bothers me because it's not giving me any size for this ductwork. I mean, I have a measuring tool, and if it's to scale, I can measure. But it should be telling me the size just like this is. So it's probably going to be a lot of addendums for the mechanical set. But this is due on the 9th, so I don't know what they're doing. See, but this is 8 by 8, even though it looks spiral, it's rectangular. So that bothers me because it doesn't tell me here in this circle to see typical meeting room because I need a size of ductwork. That bothers me. Okay, so all right, so those are the common areas. So all of the guest rooms, okay, are great, but all right. So here they give us the double queen accessible, and so we know what ductwork is coming in based off of the, because it has its own something, okay. And then we have some coming off the main HVAC work. All right. So let's go to the second floor because I think that's where it tells us a little more. Okay, so gray, when we have the grays, it's telling us to double queen. Okay, so this is coming in, and we need to just see a double queen that is not gray to see if we need to add anything in addition to the main ductwork going into the double queen. Okay, and I think a double queen was on the previous page. Okay, so this is a double queen. We just need to find a double. Oh, here we go. Double queen 1, is that different than a double? Okay, no. Okay, so now we found the double queen that is not gray. And so, because it's not gray, it's the full extent of what a double queen room would have in it. And so if I do one of the double queens, including what's coming in, I believe, or maybe not. It really depends, because if this 4-inch spiral coming in is the same length and coming in every room, then I could just say double queen is this plus whatever's inside. Okay, and then count however many double queens I have, and then that covers the whole project. Okay, so you have to, when they tell you refer to typical guest room layouts, well, if you, meaning they're not giving you the detail in the gray area. And so what you have to do is go to where we don't see gray. So this is what a typical double queen HVAC plan for that room is. So if I do this one and I multiply by however many double queens, and the cover sheet's going to tell us how many of each type of room we have, then I've got all of the pricing for, I have it for an individual, double queen, which we want, and then I multiply by however many double queen rooms we have. Okay, so that works for absolutely everything. So you don't want to have to do, the only thing you want to have to do is the common area, because that's not typical. It changes. It may not change from room to or floor to floor. So you may be able to do the common area on the second floor pretty much, and it's the same as the common area on the third, fourth, fifth. So that you gotta just make sure it is, and you basically reduce the whole hotel to a single story as far as your time. Just do the multiplier. All right, so that's everything. Okay, and that's common area, and then we have to take into consideration each of the individual units. So over this next couple of days, and certainly before next Monday, we will have this completed, and you can see the full estimate, how many man hours. And if you have any questions, make sure you ask. But we'll be back today with a whole bunch of new stuff. So make sure to subscribe, make sure to like, and have a wonderful day.
Hey everybody, how are you doing today? I hope your day and weekend is going well. We are going to go over some messy electrical home runs as much as possible. We always leave this for last because this really messes up the sets of plans and makes everything look very messy. And so what we're looking at here is the lighting plan. And so what we have to do is, through all of our lighting wire, I mean, I could go ahead and eliminate and turn off the bubbles and stuff like that, but I like to be able to train myself to look through the mess, and if I miss anything, I want to make sure I know I missed something. Okay, and so what we need to look for on each of the plans is just the home run, and run it to the panel area that it indicates. And in the case of the home runs, and in the case of the lighting wire, which is the MC cable that we run prior to, which is shown here as these links, the ones that interconnect the lights. We add 10% for the vertical measure, so we don't even worry about how many lights are going down or whatever. The 10% above the actual measurements is usually good enough. And so for the lighting plan, I have the least number of home runs because it just does. It's just how the lights are daisy chained together to where, one or two home runs per sets of lights is usually the case. And so we see L15, and we've run the home run from this area right here, and just to all of the panels are here. And so this is the L panel. Yeah, this is the L panel, and we just run it right there to the panel, all of the home runs. So that's for the lighting plan. When we get to the power plan, it's a lot more messier. Okay, so it's a lot more messier. So each of the home runs have to run directly to. Now, in this case, in the power plan, we have home runs for panel P1, and we also have home runs for panel P2, and we have home runs for panel L. Okay, and so just like the other plan, we have the MC wire for the interconnections for the power components. And then some of the home runs, they're going to tell us basically three number 10s and then one number 10 ground. And so we run it directly from where it shows us it's supposed to be run, from that piece of wiring device directly to here. And then I just, do the neatest direct route to the panel. And see, after a while, you'll get so many home runs, right, that you're not able to see through anything else that you've done. So it's always advisable to do the home runs last, and start with the home runs that are closest to the panel, boom, and then work your way to the home runs that are the farthest away, right, the farthest away. Because if you start far away and work your way in, you're not going to be able to see very clearly all of the home run symbols that are closer to the panel. Okay, and now one other thing, you may get a set of plans where one of the components or one of the plan
views are one scale, 1/8 equals 1, and then the smaller one we have is, oh, is it 1/8 too? Oh, okay. I thought it was 1/4. It must be one of the other ones. So yeah, if that is the case, then now two, this is the second floor. And so in terms of the home runs, you have to make sure you account for, in this case, you do account for 10 feet down to the panel because this is the second floor and the panels are below. Okay, and so the home runs, mechanical equipment will do that later. And then also one other, well, very important measurement you're going to make is from the each of the panels, well, based on the single line diagram now. Let's go to the single line diagram. Right, so each of the panels, M, P1, P2, L, EB, is directly connected to our main service, our MS panel. And so we have to make sure we go to the power plan or the site plan, whatever applies, to find out the exact distances from each of the panels to MS. So we go back to the power plan and we find MS, which is here. And so I usually go from the farthest length away. So I would say, in this case, MS to EV. And then, I mean, you can add 5 feet or so because they're all next to each other. So that's 22 feet, and I'm going to bring it in a little bit. And in this case, I'm going to add 10 feet. Because remember, when we do one or two things and it has to go up and down, we're just going to add 10 feet just for safety's sake. Okay, and then we do that same thing. So what is that one? MS to 54, wait, small print, 34 linear feet. So we just add 5 feet for all of the other panels because they're not even 5 feet apart. Then you have your power runs. Okay, so the home runs can get very ugly. We did a full everything takeoff on this one for all of the lighting and then the individual runs for the MC cable. And now the last thing would be the home run. So let me see if I can find a quick electrical just to show you. I might have to come back in another video. Oh, recover. Let's see. Come on. Okay, shady rays. There we go. Let's show you this electrical. So let's open that up. So, well, in the end, what we're doing, right? In the end, this is what we're trying to produce. So this isn't this actual restaurant. This is a different. What this one? Something we did electrical. Okay, and so when we do our estimates, right now, two things. This is your work product, so you may not necessarily give this to the general contractor. You can just write up your own cover sheet, pretty much reiterating what's in the specifications for this, and give them a lump sum, and just let them know that the final estimate is available upon request. Because all they're going to do is just tear everything. Oh, why are you charging that much? Why are you charging that much? Because Stacy said we were supposed to. All right, so we want to break it down. All of our wire, all of our conduit individually, right? And we get all of this from the cost book. Most important thing is our man-hour units we get from the cost book to tell us, what does that tell us? How long it takes to install one unit, or in this case, 1 linear foot. So you want to use a cost book, so your bottom line will always be very tight and very based on industry standards. You don't short yourself, you don't charge too much, and you don't charge too little. And that's the thing, and I'm coming to find out with contractors that are starting new businesses because, during
COVID, everybody just started their own whatever. Okay, so when it comes to construction, you have to make sure when it comes to this kind of stuff, you'll go the first couple of years not charging enough. Me and the contractor had a conversation. I mean, I used to do ground up electrical projects for $80 each, and I'm making them $450,000. Yeah, you make mistakes when you first start, but then you learn from those mistakes. So I try to eliminate your mistakes by giving you an easy way if you are a contractor to make sure everything's based on something, not just what your uncle said or your grandpa. So this is based on industry standards. Our takeoff, of course, is based on our very detailed digital takeoff, right? And then our cost book is going to give us local price within 5% of what it should be. We don't add up any markup on material or anything. And then our labor rates based on the national rate for a whatever this trade is. And then the man-hour units comes from craftsmen. We don't have to think that one up. And then our final price we end up with. So we break down the wire from the general purpose, stuff that goes to the outlets to, in this case, we don't have a lot of, this was a renovation, so we don't have the power feeders. And then the conduit that applies, and then the wiring devices, the dupe is the duplex outlets, and whatever applies, whatever we counted, and then all of our switch gear, okay, and then when you have existing equipment or when it's a renovation, you always want to give an allowance to what we call balance the panel, meaning all of the old breakers have to come out and the new ones have to go in and they have to redistribute stuff, and so that's not free. So depending on the size of the panel, whatever, you give them some something for that. And then all the lights, and I have zeros here because at the bottom line we have a lump sum part for the permit, right? Always going to have permit fees for trenching and backfill. If you have underground electrical, some subs have to cover that in their electrical estimate. And then also for the switch gear, so all the panels, and then if they have to install any kind of fire components, that's separate cost. And last but not least, the lighting package and all the controls. And so we leave that at the bottom. Then add overhead and profit tax on the material. And inside this Excel spreadsheet, you can always make this equation where you're marking up your material by a certain percentage. You can build that into less easy. Okay, and so I always, when I tell my contractors, it's 1, 2, 3. No matter what you do, 1, 2, 3. And make sure you have good tools. So one is the takeoff. If you have a good digitized software, 10, like I said, 10 feet is 10 feet. If you're using the rolly ball, 10 feet may be 11 feet. And so now you're overestimating off top. Okay. Step number 1, accurate takeoffs, accurate counts. Step number 2, a cost book that's at your fingertips that not only gives you the cost of the material, but gives you the man-hour total calculations to help you determine how long this job's going to take. It's all right to be a framer, but if you don't know how long the job's going to take, you're constantly looking for work because you don't know how to schedule your year because you don't have a way of really accurately determining man hours. Okay, so that's very important. That's step 2. Step 2 is material cost in the pricing, what we just saw from step 2 cost book. Helps you at your fingertips. Cost immediately helps you to bid faster. You don't have to wait for the guy to call you back with the cost. The only thing except for the MEPs, right? You want to always, but if you're an electrician, you're an HVAC person, you're into that. You have suppliers already that know the name of the game is to give me estimates whether I win or not on my switch gear, so they know that that's the game. Okay, so that's step 2, and then step 3 is the professional presentation. I used to always recommend giving everything, but I provide everything. If I do it for a GC, then I give the GC all of this paperwork, all of my calculations, all of the detailed Excel spreadsheets. But if you as a sub, I do it for you, and you give that work to a GC, just give them a cover sheet with everything that incorporates your scope of work written on the cover sheet and the bottom line. And just let them know the detailed estimate is available upon request. They don't really want to see that. They just want to see the bottom line. If they want to see that, the only purpose of seeing this is to uh, break it up, tear it apart, and ask you a bunch of unnecessary questions. So, yeah, so later today, we have the Hampton Inn that we're going to do the electrical on, go over overview, if you haven't already done it. The timer is up for somebody, if we haven't already done it, and a bunch of other good stuff. So look for that coming up very soon. Make sure to subscribe and to like and to sign up for the free plan reading basics. It's only for subscribers. I'll give you a little certification, but you will understand how to read through all the sets. And it's free. Why not? So sign up. Please become a subscriber. And have a great Saturday. It's not yet time to start drinking. See you soon.
Hey everyone, this is Stacy. What we're going to do in this short video, we're going to have a complete overview of the Hampton Inn Electrical to show you how we break it down, what the plans look like, and how we're going to attack this one next week. And so we're looking at the good old cover sheet. But what we want to focus on this is the floor plan, first floor plan lighting. Now, when it comes to hotels, sometimes, what's best to do is, this one has 5 floors, and it looks like floors 3, 4, and 5 are exactly the same. And so, basically, just 1, 2, and 3 are different. No, 1 and 2 are different. And then 3, 4, and 5 are the same. And so what you can do is just do 3 and multiply it by 3. That way you save yourself a lot of time, whether it's the lighting plan or the floor plan, or the lighting plan or the power plan. And so this is the first floor lighting plan, and usually on any hotel first floor, you're not going to have anything but offices. So it's the lighting plan for all of that. The next one is the parking deck lighting. Okay, so for the parking deck, and then the second floor lighting plan. So here for the individual rooms, because the second floor has individual rooms, we're going to go and look at each of the, just like before, just like everything else, we're going to look at each of the individual models, do the takeoffs for, as if we're doing a small room, and then multiply by the number of that type of room that's in the hotel. And so second floor, here's the second floor, so it's just a bunch of counting and then doing your MC cable for your circuitry, connecting your lights, so that's pretty easy. And then, count all your switches, occupancy switches, as opposed to any of the other ones that might be here. Okay, and now this is the third floor. Okay, so third floor is all hotels and the common things that are on each floor. The maid's room, and then all the hallways, of course, and then, storage in the corridor, all of this. Maybe not this outside area, but I'm going to have to take a look. Okay, so that's the third floor. So let's take a good overview of the third floor, because if it looks, all the other floors look like this. It may look like this, minus that, but let's take a look. So this is the fourth floor. Okay, let me go back to the third floor. Okay, third floor, this is there. Storage, guest laundry, corridors. Okay, so that's the third. And then this is, okay, because I want to do a visual to see. Visually it looks the same. Minus this. Okay, so you can just do that by itself, and then do 3, 4, 5 if it's the same. Let's see. So there's 3. Yeah, it's the same minus this, and that's 4. And
is, and then 5 brings it back in. So do that separately. Multiply that by 2 because you have it on 3 and on 5. And then save you time counting all of these 3 times because it's all the same. Alright, so here is the power plan. First floor, and it's going to have some call outs. So you have to go to the call out for this area. Okay, that's probably this right there. So first floor, power. Then the parking lot deck, power. So just a few things. And then we go into each of the floors. So the second floor, okay, common rooms, all gray, so we're not going to have to do anything with that. So second floor, and then let's go into the third floor, third, fourth, and fifth, and see if we can do that multiplier thing with these floors. Let's go back. No. This third floor is much different. Oh no, that's the second floor. Let's go to the third floor. Okay. Third floor. Fourth floor. Let's go back to third floor. Third floor. Fourth floor. They look the same. But I would go in more detail to make sure that they're the same. So I could do the third floor once. We don't have anything here. All that's there. Let's look at the fourth floor. Looks like something's missing there. That was on the third floor though. Yeah, this right here. There's guest laundry on the third floor. It's a storage on the fourth floor. Is it a guest laundry again? And it's a storage. Since there's so little to do on the power plan for 3, 4, and 5, just do the power plan individually. But the lighting plan, you can do that. And then here's the roof. And so what we have to do is see where each of the rooftop units with the wire configuration, because the mechanical power figures are going to be different, and then see which of the panels it's connected to, and then run it in that direction. Find the physical location of the panel and run it in that direction. Now, the pain in the butt part for hotels, depending on how many different room styles they have, you have to do each one individually, but it's small, but it's still pain. And so sometimes I'll do the biggest one in terms of wire and conduit, but it's still so small. It's just going to take you some time, but you can do it. So do each one individually, and we know we have 5, 6, 10, 6, 12 of each one, and so we just do that math. And then we have the single line, the hugest. Of course, the single line for a hotel is going to have all the main equipment, okay, in the basement or on the first floor, and then the panels that control each of the floors are going to be on that floor. And so what I normally do for a hotel, as far as the switch gear, I'll put everything on the single line in the common area estimate. So we'll have a few estimates. We'll have the common area estimate, so for all the common areas, not the rooms. So in the common area estimate, and in the common area estimate, I'd also put the site plan, all of that, but all that deck and all that, that's going to go in the common area estimate, so it'll be much bigger. And then I'll have one estimate for each of the units. And all of the single line goes on the common area estimate. Okay, and so what they're going to give you all, the lighting schedule, there's tons of lights in this hotel. We're also going to do the drywall framing for this hotel, so that'll be a quick overview of that next. And then they give us the schedule of all of the mechanical equipment. Okay, and then the wire configuration and that's just perfect. So, of course, it's going to take you long because you have this many pieces of equipment, but the goal and what you want to do, be a good estimator, is that you want to come as close to the physical length, how many linear feet from that mechanical piece of equipment to the panel that it's connected to, and so that's part of looking on your power plan. Okay, we got some other things going on here, so let's make sure we're good.
count all of the breakers, and do all that good stuff. So this is just a basic overview, and we're going to break each of those items down individually, do the takeoff, do the estimate, man hours, and so make sure you join me for that, and just keep your eye out for good stuff, because we'll be delivering all weekend long. Have a good one. Talk to you soon. Hey everybody, how are you? Trying to get a few more in here this evening for the weekend before it ends. In this video, we're going to go over the framing and drywall for this Hampton Inn, just an overview, because we are going to bid this. We're going to bid it. But, drywall and framing, once you do it about 1,000 times, it's pretty easy. All right, so let's get to this. So this cover sheet, all the floor plan information is going to be in our architectural set. So let's just go to the very first floor plan now. They have a series of different walls. So this is how the wall tags are represented. So it's a concrete wall 8, and then we have to look at whatever subscript A6.18 is. And then interior wall 14. Okay, and so this is what we get. Now remember, it's a hotel with individual units, right? And so typically what you'll see is all of the main, again, the common area. So the hallways, the common walls between the rooms, those will be on the floor plan. And then each of the individual units will have a floor plan for the walls inside the units. And so what I typically do, I'll do all the common area walls, and then each of the units will have a drywall framing estimate. We'll do one for each of the units. So that's pretty much how that goes. And so this is a 5-story building. So we have some concrete walls, we have some regular drywall, and whatever the framing is. And so some people ask, well, why are the concrete walls on the architectural set? Well, because they're not outside the building. That would be civil. They're not structural walls, like the foundation. And so they're going to be on the architectural set. This is how this goes when it's this big. It's in the architectural set. Okay, so they're built on top of all the foundation that's already been built. Okay, so here's our second floor, is where we get into the individual units. And so we see here that some of the main walls in the units are accounted for. I'm thinking that's probably all the walls we'll see. Okay, and so it would be nice if you could just do one room, but you have to go through each of these floors, 5 floors, and do your takeoff. Okay, so we'll be doing that in full. Okay, so it's a crazy thing, but you got to do it, and it's all outlined. So this if it's a hotel, it's a lot of square feet of drywall, right? So that's the second floor. It's the third floor, same thing. Not sure, I'm not playing the game where I can do one floor and then multiply it by 4 or 5. I'm not gonna play that game on this one, just because if you make a mistake with that, it's not good. Okay, so yeah, each one of these, 5th floor, each one of these have to be all of your takeoffs done, all of the linears, and go through all of the openings. And if you see here, this is our floor plan, right? The framer's going to frame all the new walls, but it doesn't give us, our doors aren't noted, okay? I noted that earlier. So they give us a whole new set of plans. They give us other stuff that they didn't give in the first set of plans for the same area. Okay, so there's the first floor again, but now it's telling us about the new doors and extra stuff that it didn't give us. But if
if you note here, it's not, it doesn't have any wall marks. It doesn't tell us anything about the walls other than whatever the keynote is for the wall. Okay, so one of the sets of plans were for the wall partitions, and then this is extra stuff. Okay, so, and the reflective ceiling. So, pretty much a lot of acoustical ceiling tile. Okay, and then the parking lot. Again, extra stuff, but not telling us what concrete wall that is because it already gave it to us. And then the deck. Okay, extra stuff in the ceiling. And then here we have the second floor, right? Floor plan, not giving us any, yeah, so we got all the walls. There's no other walls. But what we have to do is, this plan is giving us all the doors. Where these plans, see, no information about the doors, just all the walls. And then we have to run through another set of plans that gives us all of the doors, interior doors, front doors, so we count those, windows, right? Go through all of that, all the extra stuff. And then this is the second floor ceiling plan. Okay, so it's telling us what our ceiling is, but it's telling us what our common ceiling is, not the ceiling for each of the rooms, because the way that they set this set up is they do have individual room plans with these ceiling plans, so it's kind of weird how they set these up, but it's all the pretty much the common ceilings. Okay, for third floor common ceilings. Okay, nothing for the ceilings here. Firewall. Why is it? Okay. And then third floor common area ceilings and all the way up. Fourth floor, fifth floor. And now this is the roof plan. So we're going to come back and do an overview of the roof plan and everything associated with the roof plan. But then going back to the framing. These are the room plans. So it gives us everything in the room, the bathroom, and then all of the interior elevation views, so we can measure all of the tile and paint and whatever goes there, and all of the rooms with the interior elevations. And then the enlarged room. So you have to go to the enlarged room, and this is an enlarged room for a king. Okay, so it's the enlarged plan. So here's where we get the ceiling information. It's just how the architect wants to lay out the plans, really. That's really all it is. Okay, enlarged, and this was the food service area, so the enlarged plan for that. And then you always want to, okay, exterior elevations. So you're going to need your, if you're doing windows, you're going to need your exterior elevations to, looks like all the windows are the same, but you have to count your windows from your exterior elevations. Here are section views, so if you need to know heights of walls, they're pretty much all the same. So this is a building section view, and you know that the height of the walls, first floor, second floor, third, fourth, fifth, and usually in commercial it's 10 feet per, the height in between the floors. And so this gives you a good section view of the building, cutting the building, and so you can look at that. And we have the wall sections. Okay, so the firewalls and how they're built, ceilings, how that's built, for our framing and our structural framing. And we didn't go over the structural framing, so we'll go over that
very interesting. Now, we went over the foundation for this, but we didn't go over the ceiling joist, floor joist, that kind of stuff. So we'll have a overview of that because I'm not sure if we're bidding that all the way, but we will go over an overview. And here are all of the wall assemblies. So CMU3. So we have to, do the math to make sure we're, line item for everything in these built into these walls. Okay. All of those wall tags that we saw, it's pages and pages of wall assembly. Okay. Interior wall, interior 2. What's it made of? Da 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 da. So we have to, on our estimate, we have a line item for each one of those things. And remember, if you have more than one drywall, double layers, whatever, you'll do the installation of all of them, but as far as the finishing, you're only going to do 2 sides. So make sure your level 5 finish only applies to 2 sides. Although, you may have 4 or 5 sides or 4 times the square feet of drywall. Just remember, sometimes you make that mistake. Or sometimes only one side is a level 5 or whatever. So that's real important to make sure you see all of the extra stuff, section views, detail views. Make sure you go to every one to make sure you know if acoustical, fire sealant, don't leave that out. That's part of the wall construction. Okay, and this is just an exercise in framing and drywall. This is like a total exercise in doing a line item. Let's see. So in the end, we would look something like, let's see if we can find one really quick. So in the end, we have all of those walls. Stop. Cancel that. I did this before and I did something stupid. Alright, so in the end, we'll have all the makeup of the walls, all the way down to the drywall, the sound, the acoustical ceiling, and a line item for everything. This is our takeoff number, right? And if our drywall has one on each side, it's always going to be double the framing size, right? And we always have to have our, and I'm going to go show the cost book really quick tonight of the different levels of finish, level 1 through level 5. So in terms of cost, you add each one on top of each other. So if you have a cost book that says level 5, well, yeah, but you have to add level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then you'll have the full material cost and labor for all 5. I used to think, level 1, I just use one set. No, you add them up as they go if you have, and I'll show you on our cost book. So yeah, that's all you're gonna do. And if it's concrete, I have a concrete cost book. And so it will give me the rebar and all of the cubic yards of concrete and the formwork associated with each of the types of walls. So, okay, so in the end, you're going to have something like that. So let me go back and show you. And then I marked it off. Let's see. Okay, stairs. You always have to go back and do the stairs separately because usually the stairs are some different kind of construction. So you want to be mindful of the stairs, and then the elevator. The construction of the elevator walls are usually very different. Okay, so you want to pull that out, and the doors. And remember, no matter how many doors you have in the building, no matter how big the building is, all of the doors are going to be on this door schedule. So they have the door schedule for the stairs, for the guest rooms, and for the hotel common areas, all floors. Okay? Because if I'm the framer now, I got to go here, and even though they're all many of the same size and type or whatever, all of our door frames are noted in the door schedule, whereas all of our windows are not. Is that the
Uh-oh. I'm having storage issues. All right. We must have another one, but you see that they only give us the elevation. Oh, it's probably this one. They only give us elevation views for windows. And so we'll find the windows later, but for the framer, that's what's vital. Making sure we know the type and kind of each of the door frames. And so for a hotel, it's a nice exercise of everything you need to do. Okay, and so we'll come back with all of the takeoffs. Probably for one floor just to make it quick because, or maybe all of them when we're finished or whatever. But step one, step two, step three. I say it all the time. Step one, very good takeoff with a digitized software. Step two, we go to the cost book and we're in here and hopefully we don't mess with our storage. But I'm gonna come back with that because I hate to ruin this video to run out of storage. But yeah, we go to our cost book, find the cost for our framing. So we more than that get the man hour total, so we know how long this job is gonna take. And then we go from there and we become so awesome because we've been listening to Stacy. All right, so if you have any questions, please let me know. Please like and please subscribe. And we have a roof plan we're going to go over. And then, yeah, I'm going to flip into the structural framing just to show you the difference and all of the structural members. Very exciting stuff. See you next time. Hey, guys, one last video for the evening, and that's going to be our new our new roof for the Hampton Inn. And just want to go over roof. That's roofing. It's just a lot of whatever holes in the roof, whatever makes a hole in the roof is going to be shown. And it's the roofer's job to make sure that they flash around it and all that good stuff. So it's going to be a TPO roof, and it's just a bunch of good stuff on here. So all of the sixes are all of the mechanical equipment that's going to be installed. So everywhere you see a 6, that's the mechanical equipment, and we have a lot of walk pads around the equipment, and so it's pretty simple. So I just wanted to go over, and then they have the firewall. For some reason, they will want us to look at that in terms of there is probably some scope of work related to the roofing. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that might even just be a typo. But yeah, it's just a bunch of everything, okay, on this roof. So I know it's a TPO, and we know that the slope is 1/4 to 12, so it's basically a flat roof. And showing us all of our valleys, right? And it's gonna end up. This is where our roof drain and overflow drains are going to be, and really, as many holes basically that you're going to have in this roof. I mean, as far as waste, I just, as far as the TPO roof, most roofers like you to give them all of the openings. So we'll do the whole roof, however many square feet it is. We can do that now, actually. Let's just whip that up. So we're gonna put it to scale, 1/8. All right. Let's see how many square feet. We can incorporate the scale on here, but we're not. I mean, it's basically a flat roof, and it's TPO, so we just need how many square feet, and then we'll look at our wall here, look at some of these section views to see, what our parapet wall looks like and that kind of stuff. So we'll say roof area. So let me see if I can do it all at once without messing up. Sometimes it'll click and mess me up, and I have to start over. nothing, no sweat off your bones. All right, we gotta go down here. All right. And now this right here, that is the roof. So I'm not going to include that, whatever that is. So I'm just going to try to make my best circle using segments. I don't know what that is. I'm going to have to add that in later. Not quite sure what I'm doing there, but we'll add that in later if it happens to be something that needs to be added. It's back here. So we'll get all the points. If we point, we'll get the perimeter exactly right. 19,000 pretty much square feet, and the perimeter is 894 linear feet. And whatever this is, I don't know, I might have to go back and add that back in. That looks like an awning or something. All right, so that's how many square feet. And then yeah, if we wanted to go go back in and how many square feet is that and delete it from the total, but it's really not necessary because there's so many protrusions into the roof that we don't need to do that. So we know how many square feet of TPO roof, and now let's go to some of the building section views, and let's go to 4 over A610 because that'll tell us that's the section view and it ends here, so it's basically for the perimeter. So it should tell us a lot about the perimeter. So let's find that. What did I say? 4 over. Okay. So we're looking for image number 4 on this page. Image 4. That's this. It's not telling us nothing. Oh, okay. No. Want some more. Actually, we'll go here because that'll give us information about the parapet wall. And we know that the parapet wall is whatever this length is. Does it get bigger somewhere else? No. No. That's the parapet wall. Okay, so let's look at this 1 over a 612. This should be 1, okay, and we're going to look at the roof area. Okay, so yeah. TPO, taper, blah, 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 blah. Okay, now we have to go even a little deeper because the roofer has to, if your roofing scope of work is within any call out, okay, and this is a call out, detail call out, and this is TPO roof, it's within the call out. I'm the roofer, I have to go to this image 16 on this page to make sure I'm looking for my scope of work. So 16 over A, because I'll forget, 16 over A, 10.12. Oh wait, we're already on 10.12. Oh no, we're on 6.12. Alright, 10.12. That's way down there. 10.12. 10, 10, 10, 12. Okay. 16. So we're looking for Alright, so here's our parapet. We're the roofer, so we're worried about this part. So, insulation, that's our. Alright, and look, that's us, that's the ringlet. So that's pretty much the whole parapet wall. Okay. Membrane. Okay, so that's us. We gotta make sure we do this for the floor and how this is a section view of the parapet. So the length of the parapet is how many linear feet of that we need. Okay, and now we're still on our thing here, right? We're still the roofer, and there's another detail view with our scope of work in there. So wherever number one is, oh, here's one. And now, see, step by step, and some of the biggest problems of 2023, one of the biggest is water intrusion. It's vital that you, every time you see a symbol, you have to go to that next picture on that next page, because if you don't, then you're leaving out some vital steps in the construction. Okay, you see how many times we had to go from the roof to this picture to that picture, and then here just to get to the parapet cap. Okay, so plan view, section view, detail view. When you see those symbols, it's vital that you go to them and see what you got to do. So I am the roofer. So whether I was the roofer or roof carpentry, it would have led me to this section view. Or yes, it would have led me there, because anything within that detail view is my scope of work, whether it's the rough carpenter, in this case it's just the rough carpenter, maybe insulation, or roofer. Because of that parapet cap, that's my scope of work. I have to make sure I follow from view to view to view. Okay, so the roof plan is way far up, but this is a building from the ground up. Right, so it should be very detailed. So we got 19,000 square feet of TPO roof. Then we went to the section view that led us to another section view that led us to another detail view that led us to what we need to know. Okay, so roof, pretty simple. As the roofer, yes, you need how many square feet of your finish, and the roof is a finish. Right, you need how many square feet, and then now you need to get into counting how many of the walk pads you need. You know, the flashing really around the mechanical equipment. I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to. So I always give my clients, okay, because yeah, there should be somewhere on here that shows you how you're gonna flash around all of these pieces of mechanical equipment, and I think it tells you to look in the HVAC plan, because that's where all your mechanical equipment would be, is in the HVAC plan. But there's a ton of details, and this is just an overview. So when we actually do it, yeah, it's going to send me to different places, because I need to know how each one of these things are flashed. But whether I know or not, I know they have to be flashed. So I would just basically get the perimeter of these pieces of equipment, or do one and then count, right? If you have anything that's the same, right, don't sit there and measure each one separately. Take forever. Do one and then count how many you have, and then multiply that. Okay, some things you can do that with. But as the roofer, I mean, you need to know a couple things. How many square feet of your roof finish, for sure. Additional things like the walk
or if you have the frost, I forget, it's so late, I forget what it's called, the frost thing that we have, ice shield. There we go. The ice shield you may have, you gotta determine how many square feet of that, and that's usually your homes and stuff. You got the ice shield. Well, no, I've had commercial with the ice shield. Usually on the ends or towards the that part of the roof. Walk pads, the finish, and two, yeah, you got to flash around all of these openings. So I say just get to work measuring, or, and again, when we get a set of construction documents, it's not real life. It's a representation of real life. And so that's why we have to go to each view, because it gives you more detail. And then you can get to, there's somewhere, trust me, on this set of plans that shows us how the flashing is supposed to be around all of these pieces of equipment and everything that's going into the roof. And so that's the overview. Have to wait to talk to my GC to see if we're actually going to do the roof. But we'll go over, what a roof detailed estimate should look like, and we'll have a cost book holiday where I'm going to go through the cost book and show you again step 1, 2, 3. What's step 1? Detailed takeoffs, like we'll be doing with the digitized software. Step 2, using a cost book that's you can rely on, that not only gives you the cost at fingertips, but also gives you the ability to determine how many man hours it's going to take you to do this, right? And then step 3 is always the beautiful formatted either Excel spreadsheet that for your internal use, right? For your internal work product for your business. But then you make a nice cover sheet with a lump sum and let the GC know that your detailed estimate is available upon request. Because if you give them the beautiful work that we would give you, all they're going to do is tear it apart. They don't really need to know everything. They just need to know the bottom line. Or you can give them things like how many man hours, based on your calculation, it's going to take. Because that's good to know. And it's also, that's good to show that you're a professional if you can do an estimate. And trust me, I've been doing this so long. People just guess on how long a job's going to take. But who's not guessing is the GC and owners and stuff, because they have to be able to get it right. And so, step 1, step 2, step 3, stick with Stacy. Oh, I'm rhyming on a late night Saturday. But we will get it right. And thank you for joining me all week. I'm getting a lot of subs. It looks like I'm getting one every day. Give me to 1,000. You know I'm the smartest girl in construction. Come on now. Have a good Sunday. I think I'm taking tomorrow off. I'm not quite sure. I think my family will make me, but I'm in charge around here. Have a good Sunday. I'll see you on Monday. Hey everybody, hope you had a good day. In this video, we're going to go over briefly a O'Reilly's Auto Parts plan. We're going to go over the demo, framing, drywall, and all of our finishes. And so, let's get into the demo. Alright, so this is one of these keynote number 1 tells us, I thought it was originally, like in most cases, just demo everything and not giving us details. But this one says GC to verify that space is open and clear per lease agreement. And so it probably is that, you stop that? That the owner said that they were going to have everything cleared. And so we have to verify that that is the case. And so when we look at the estimate, you see I gave like 2 hours to verify, which is probably too much, but you got to do something. All right, and then we also had to remove concrete for our bathroom is going to go, 2 bathrooms are going to go here. And so remember, when you do the concrete, you always have to do
cutting, right? You cut first, and then you, oh, that's the wrong one, and then you remove the concrete. That's the full area of the building. Okay, so we had to do a saw cut and then removing that concrete, and just had to remove a couple of doors, move some glazing. So this one was pretty simple, not very hard at all. So I just wanted to go over it, just in some small detail. What was keynote number 5? Oh, I guess in this area they put plywood over the glass. Somebody probably broke it and they're like, you know what, let's just plywood it up. So they put plywood there, so we have to take the plywood off and verify that the glass is not broke. And if it is broke, then we have to fix it. Alright, so this one's really simple. So let me just show you the estimate that we put together for this one for today. And just a little reminder, if you're doing estimates, it's cold but it's hot. When you're doing estimates, and they want it up. I mean, this has just been my experience. I hate to tell you not to turn stuff in on time, but you got about a day. So this was due today, but I already know. Don't take it tomorrow because we bid everything. So yeah, and they always want more estimates, right? So if you're late on that day, don't think you can't send it, especially if it's electrical, mechanical components. Send it, okay? The time, you want to get it in on time. But if you do it like the next day or even 2 days late, they'll take it. Trust me. All right, so that's that one. And so did I pull up the final estimate? No, I did not. Is this it? Yes. So let me bring it down here. All right, so just really quickly, let me take my mug shot off. All right, so let me take that off. Okay, so we just put this final little estimate here. Let's blow it up. Let's open it up. And let's go back over here. All right, so O'Reilly, this is us. Okay, so I said no demo, so you have to make sure you're very detailed, right? We just verified the space is clean, gave 2 hours, that's that. Now, this is where it gets pricey. I mean, it costs a lot to cut through concrete that has rebar. And again, we just get this from the cost book. So it is 40 feet we had to cut, and the cost per foot is $3.20. Oh, you know what? I think I put that in the wrong spot. That is definitely in the wrong spot, and I'm glad I didn't send that. That number, 320, goes there. 0 goes there. That makes a big difference. And that stays there. That makes a big difference. See, I make my own corrections. Yeah, because it gives us a per linear foot cost, and so we have to put it there, not in the labor cost, because that's a totally different number. All right, great, perfect. Then we had to remove 2 doors and then remove the glass. And these numbers again we get from the cost book, so we know that they're pretty accurate. And let me just go to the cost book really quick and show you. I'm gonna say gut. Demolition. Alright, let's open up that one. Okay, so just, I don't know if you can see this very clearly, but they give you a lump sum per square foot if you don't have individual items that you have to remove. Then it gives us a good square foot. So you just measure how many square feet. And for residential, the man-hour unit is 0.11, but then equipment cost is $2.61. And for commercial, the man-hour unit is 0.1 per square foot, right? And then the equipment for that one is $2.37. So just know always when you're doing
commercial work, it's always going to be less in labor and material because it is assumed that you're doing way more volume, right? And so that is where we got the lump sums for that. But yeah, this is basic demo. Uh, Not very difficult. Right, not very difficult at all. And we made about $15,000. Oh, what we did do also, and which is okay because we're going to bid the whole thing, is that we included the final cleaning, which should be its own estimate. But it's 15 cents per square foot for material. That's pretty much the commercial rate, and .01 for our man-hour rate. So the final cleaning for that one was about $2,500, give or take a little bit with the overhead and profit added. So that is a small little demo project, real easy. What makes it easy and makes it accurate and makes it fun is that we have the cost book to help us be very accurate. So next we have the framing and drywall, finishing up that estimate, correcting this one, and we'll be right back to give you more information on this O'Reilly's Auto Parts remodel. Please subscribe and tell me if you like it. See you very shortly. Hey everybody, we're running a late night tonight, but I wanted to make sure I uploaded our framing and drywall video for the O'Reilly's, and it was, at first it seemed like it was going to be simple, but anytime you have a questionable, not so professional, not so, anybody can make a set of plans, right? So when you have a kind of knockoff set of plans, sometimes you just have to take your time and go through them. And I have to say, it's that time of night. So we're going to go over this real quick. My favorite Corona and a very good tequila. Anyway, I mean, I like everything. I have a bar, and I only have a bar because I used to travel so much. I'd always go to the bar, right? You go to the bar. It's like, I got home. I didn't have a bar, so and that wears out quick. I gave all my kids the alcohol, but anyway, my favorite Corona and tequila. Only the best tequila. Don't bring me no Cuero. I'm sorry, don't give me Cuero. It'll give me a headache. Alright, let's get to going. Alright, so this is a renovation, and we have a lot of existing walls, and then we're going to build some new, this is O'Reilly, so they have a lot of storage areas, so they're just blocking off all of the storage area. And so a lot of existing wall. Number 8 is all their existing wall. So for number 8, we had to repair existing, and I'm halfway through that, and I'll show you. We're halfway through completing the estimate we're going to submit in the morning. But yeah, we had to build some new walls, and two, when you're doing your drywall and your framing, they may give you the wall tag, right? But you want to always, and which I found in this case, you want to always invoke your wall tag along with your section view marker, because you can have the same type of wall, but it may be built different. Like S42 was built, yeah, this section of S42 from here to here was just a soffit, just an opening. It wasn't a full wall. And so you see here they gave us 8 over 8 4.2, 6 over 8 4.2, and you see how they break it down. So this part I didn't give them. I gave them a C plus on the plans at this part, because at least they showed us where we're going to break this off. Because when we look at this, and then they give us elevation view, which is, maybe they'll get a B plus for this set of plans.
and be able to determine. I was able to determine after a while. It's like, oh, that's just an opening in this area, blah blah blah. But I mean, this elevation view just basically is just from here to here. Elevation views are supposed to be the full wall, but this elevation view was just this opening, and so I was able to determine that certain parts of the wall are a full length, and then another part is just. Let me go to that. Where is it? Oh no, that's bathroom is where it showed me that. Where is that? We'll find it. Oh, this is it. Okay. So this is the section view, or this is the elevation view right here. 14 over A4.1. So it's just that opening. And then it breaks this down and then this down. So I broke it all down based on, it's like, well, what is that? And does it go all the way to the ground? You know, I mean, we don't even need to, if this goes all the way to the ground, they could have just outlined that and shown this all the way to the ground. A new estimator would be like, what the, does that go to the ground? Yeah, you know, always assume more, especially with something like this. I'm sure it's not just floating. So yeah, it goes to the ground, and we don't need the counter, because that, I mean, the counter is our furnishings, our finishes, right? Yeah, we're in the architectural set. We're trying to build walls. We don't need to see that, and it's by the owner too, so it's not even something that we're going to install later. So that's just stupid. I mean, there is such a profession called technical writing, and technical writers are people that do this kind of stuff. So regular, or more so, technical writers are people that write all of the technical manuals that come in all the stuff you buy to show you how to put it together. So the better you know how to explain for the average person, the better your technical manual is going to be. All right, so we got that. All right, so that is that section view. So that's that portion of the wall that it was showing us on the floor plan. All right, let's go back. All right, so we have existing wall, which is all of this, and then over the wall, they call this a vented wall, where they have, this is the window, and what they've done at certain portions of the window, which is here, and if you do O'Reilly renovations, it's boilerplate. It's all the same. It's going to be all the same. So what you see here, we can see in every O'Reilly's we ever do on God's green earth. All right, so it's another vaulted wall here, and let's go to 4/4 3.1. Okay, so it's just showing us this little part right here, and the purpose of it is to show us, okay, here's the ceiling, right? That's the vaulted wall, where basically we're going to put the tent on the window and then build the wall after we basically a vented wall, not vaulted, vented. So we're going to put the film on the window, and then we're going to frame over it. And so basically the whole point of that is to show you the difference between, here's the ceiling, so the drywall is going to go up this high above the ceiling, but the vented part is they want the framing to go at least, what, a foot above the drywall. And so you're going to have a different square foot measurement for your framing, of course, than for your drywall. And so that was that, and that was pretty simple. And then we had all the new walls. S61, section view associated with it, go ahead and just mark that off, because that may be something special you need to know. You always want to break up. Well, we always want to break up all our walls by the, by the sections, by the wall type, and then if they give us a section view, we're going to isolate that section view and wall type by itself. And so, and again, we're almost finished with this. We're not all the way. Okay, and then new walls here. And that's about it. So let me show you what we did so far for the framing. And I'll bring it on down and make it big. Alright, so we went as far as a few of them. Alright, so S44, the framing, on one side, and then, it's no biggie. It's all the same. So our studs, they're by the 24s, not 16s, which was odd. Usually we have it at the 16s. These are at the 24s. And so, we got that on. Let me take myself off. Take you off. And the words, we'll take the words off. Take the words off. It's been a long day, but I gotta get this out. I like getting these out. And, it helps you and me. So these are our walls, and then we had our ceiling. We gotta fill this in with other stuff. Some other walls we gotta fill in. But that's our ceiling, and then we gotta fill in the door frames. And normally I have all my specialized Excel spreadsheets, right? Based on trade. And I just modify it, save it as something else, right? And so all of this cost unit, we got that from our cost book. Did I look that up? Yeah, did I look that up? Let's see, we got that showing. We're still on the demo. This is the cost book for the demo. But yeah, just break it down. It's gonna give us how long it's gonna take us to do our job. And I still gotta finish, so I'll come back tomorrow with the final everything. And then we have some kind of bracing I need to add on there too. And then all of our, I'm not gonna put the acoustical ceiling, because we'll have a separate video for all the finishes. So all the paint, all of our floors are concrete, so we're gonna get some kind of epoxy. So we'll come back with that tomorrow morning. And it is currently 10 o'clock Pacific time. But I love what I do, so I can do this all day and all night. It really don't make a difference. Alright, so that's our preliminary framing drywall. So what do we have so far? And some of this stuff doesn't apply, so our bottom line is 58,000, but we got to take some of this out that doesn't apply to that. And I think we only have these. So when you have your Excel spreadsheet, you get your master or whatever, and then you can go ahead and, I don't think I have any of these. And then this is, I don't have any of this. And then I have some kind of bracing, so I'll leave that. I'll just delete that totally. Okay, so right now, mobilization, I already did that, and I haven't put in my overhead and profit. So minus overhead and profit, we're looking at 54,000, minus some other walls that we don't have in here yet. So level 5. Wait, that's not right. Ooh, that. There we go. Now we're at some reasonable. So by the time we finish, we'll probably be at like 40,000 for this little project. And adding the overhead and profit, we still need to add. And we did good with the material cost, and 42 for California, Northern California base rate for a framer. That's pretty reasonable. Okay, and all of this comes from the cost book. So I'll have a short video because this is an O'Reilly's that we are working with
with our GC to bid all everything. We still gonna knock out the electrical, mechanical, and plumbing. That'll be tomorrow. And because this is a little project in comparison. And then I rarely do final cleaning and landscape, so I'm gonna go over some of that tomorrow because that's a trade. And a couple of things. Master's program, $49.99 a month. Your projects, my projects. We go over everything. Make your construction master. What else? Make sure you watch me here. And again, with this O'Reilly, see, we try to do projects that you're familiar with. So I have the Hampton Inn. I don't know what my GC wants to do, but I'm definitely bidding all the final clean, so I'll have an estimate for that tomorrow, and hopefully you'll want to see that. So that's a very good trade to get into, especially with new construction, because you don't really have much to clean. You just dust and stuff and mop it. So that's a good if you're looking to get into any kind of business. Here in California, you need a license for everything, but you know, my daughter has a construction cleaning company, and it's not very difficult to get into. You just have to know, you know, what you need to know to get your license, so, and your insurance and your bonding and stuff like that. That's one of the easiest things you can get into. And if you know anybody, age 16 to 20, 30, we offer apprenticeship programs for those folks, so I'll teach them for free, because we really need to be learning the trades. It's good for you as a person and for us as a country, so I do what I can.
Anyway, cheers.
I think this is going to be it for tonight, but look for all the MEPs on this tomorrow. All finished trades, all the paint, flooring, epoxy, all that stuff. Make sure you subscribe, please, and like if you like. If you don't, hey, I had my short on contracts. Who thumbs down on a contract? Somebody doesn't like the fact that I say get a contract. What? Come on now. You have to click to use Facebook. That's a contract. I'm going to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, and I hope you're doing well. Today we're going to go over a demolition takeoff review and the actual estimate now for a caliber collision. As you know, in everything that we do, we have a three-step process to keep us in line in what, to be accurate, very accurate in producing our estimates. Because we work in every trade, we came up with a three-step, I came up with a three-step process that will always help you win, right? The first step is to always have accurate takeoffs. So you're going to have to always, find a way, or, just ride out, straight out, buy a good digitized software that will assist you in making accurate measurements. That's number one, because when you are competitively bidding, right, they're going with the lowest bidder. And if you are able to be very accurate in your measurements, then that's going to turn into very accurate man-hour totals, meaning how long will this job take. So if you overestimate how long a job is going to take, then you are overestimating your man hours or your labor, total labor, and it just spirals out of control. So job number one, if you are trying to bid, unfortunately in construction, the only way to get a job is to be able to competitively bid. Now, you have people that are out there that, have the good old boys network where they just hook each other up. But, eventually that dries out too. And so you have to have a good way of doing things the right way, doing things in an ethical way that will help you more times than not have those wins. Okay? And so no matter what the trade is, the first step is to find a way to do very accurate takeoffs. We use Plans with a Professional. And when I first started this business, it was $800 for the program, and they actually allowed you to make payments. And I think I made 4 $200 payments, and it was bought. And today, the same program is $1,800 because I just bought it, and another copy. But just know when you make that investment, depending on your trade, you'll make your money back in
in your first, second, third win. And so you got to think of it that way. Okay, so always the people with the best tools are going to always do the best. And so get the best tools. Now, Plan Swift is something that I've used since I started because, yeah, I wanted the best tool. What's the best tool? And then, of course, at that time, 14 years ago, they made it easily available because it was new, right? There's tons of stuff out there now. And if you subscribe to certain project services where they provide you with projects, I think they'll also give you a free takeoff tool. So, job number one, accurate takeoffs. Make sure you have a very good takeoff tool. All right, so job number two is to have a good way of costing out, and an easy way to cost out, or meaning to find material costs for things. Because, you know, I've talked to a lot of people over the years that I've been doing this, and so, like electricians, what I deal a lot with, you know, they'll go to the long-standing effort to, you know, get it for the switch. Oh, they need the box and the rings and the switch, and where if you have a good cost book, I'm going back to cost book. If you have a good cost book, you can get your local pricing for assemblies of, you know, that includes everything at your fingertips. And so job number two is to make sure you have a good way to price your items, to price things. Okay? Now, when it comes to demolition, you don't have material costs, right? You only have labor costs. So that same cost book that's going to give you material costs will also give you man-hour totals. And so unless it's like a plumbing scope of work and you have to remove the fixture and cap, then yeah, you'll have a material cost. But just know, demolition, majority of the cost is labor and equipment. Okay? And so you want to make sure you have a good cost book that will assist you if you have to remove so many, and we'll see here on our estimate, so many linear feet of wall. That cost book is going to tell you what portion of a man-hour it takes to remove 1 square foot. So if you know if you have 2,500 square feet, it'll give you how much time it'll take to remove all of that. So a good cost book. So rule number two, a good cost book gives you material costs, but more than that, a good cost book like we use, which is Craftsman cost book, been around forever, will assist you in giving you man-hour totals, which I find to be, in competitive bidding, much more important. Very important, because I base the time, how much time a thing takes, right? If it takes 2 hours, I charge one price. If it takes 10 hours, I charge another price. But I have to, if I'm guessing on how long something takes, then I'm really, every time I bid, I'm guessing. And so step two, cost book that incorporates a man-hour calculator. And if you don't have one, we've created man-hour calculators for every trade, for every scope of work, no matter what. And so just leave a message for us, give us a comment, and then we'll contact you and let you know how we can get those over to you. Okay, so that's two. Three, professionally format your estimate so you'll look like a professional. And I recommend two formats, and it really depends on how your GC requires it, because some GCs will give you a form to fill out, and you just fill out the form. Maybe that would be a cost per square foot or whatever. How a lot of state government jobs, they just want, what is your cost, the unit cost per whatever the item is. Okay, so you want to make sure when in your presentation it looks professional. So if you don't already have a form that they require you to fill out, you just fill it out based on what we recommend is our Excel spreadsheet. That, and we'll see here when it comes to the demo, the Excel spreadsheet, in my imagination over the last 14 years, has come to be my signature piece of
professional documentation, because as an estimator, and you're bidding to general contractors, you want them to see that everything included in your scope of work is there for them to see, right? Because they have to look through so many estimates, and the one that looks the most professional will probably get a better eye. Just like when you're watching social media, the thumbnail that looks most appealing is going to get your click. So the estimate that looks professional will probably get the attention. So I recommend, it really depends on how the relationship really that you have with the general contractor. I think has a lot to do with how you present your estimate. So if this is someone that's new, and you don't often bid to them, I'm looking out my window, you don't often bid to them, I would recommend probably giving them a lump sum of your work and putting a very full description of the scope of work based on, the keynotes in the plans and specifications. So you just have to retype everything that you would probably have in our Excel spreadsheet that will show and we have one for every trade, and we're going to go over this presentation for every scope of work, every trade. This one happens to be for how we talk about demolition. Okay, and so in that case, your work product, what I recommend is your work product, is to get one of our specialized Excel spreadsheets, because again, we go back to that cost book that tells us what portion of a man hour it takes to remove that wall. And so in our detailed Excel spreadsheet, we would have all the scopes of work as stated within the demo plan, right? As stated here within all of the keynotes. Okay, and I would have the quantity. So remove a portion of the existing slab and paint for the paint booth. So what this is caliber collision, right? We have we're going to be, I believe it's an existing one that's getting all new upgrades and everything. And so we want to be able to show on our Excel spreadsheet, on our work product, what, the items that we keep for ourselves, even if and two, if you have a really good relationship with the general contractor, then most definitely give them this detailed estimate. And I say when you don't have a good relationship, they tend to go line by line and start to pick it apart. Okay, that's why I say, because our detailed Excel spreadsheet will give, the labor rate, the overhead and profit. So again, if you don't have a really good working relationship with this GC, you're new, you don't really want to give them that much information in the beginning stages of your relationship to pick your work apart. Okay, and so you'll give them that very lump sum, and I'll pull one up here in a minute where you type out everything and then give them the lump sum and say that the detailed estimate is available upon request. Because if they request it, other than just asking you questions, if they want to see the estimate, it's probably a good chance that you're probably being considered to do the work. But, if they ask for it, you say you're going to give it, you got to give it. But, I say you have two ways to handle that. All right, so this is just keep in mind everything that we do, all the scopes of work, all the trades, 3-step process. One, very detailed takeoffs. Make sure you have a way of getting or making detailed takeoffs. 2, make sure you have a way of pricing the work, including, when I say pricing, including man-hour totals. And 3, a professional presentation, whether it's a lump sum that you have based on your detailed estimate, but always your work product. And as we are going to show, we've shown every scope of work, and we have everyone, if you're interested in getting any of the Excel spreadsheets or getting advice from us on what should go on it, then just let me know. But step 3 is always the presentation. Work product is the detailed Excel spreadsheet we're going to go over. And then depending on your relationship with the general contractor, how you're going to present it to them in a nice header, nice letterhead from your company with all of the details, all of the exclusions marked out, and then the lump sum. All right, so let's talk about this caliber collision, our new demo. So what we'll be doing here is just, we can see we're demoing, and you see how they tell us all of the keynotes. So they want us to know that whatever they're telling us here is only restricted to this area. Okay? So it does not apply to this area, right? Or this area at all. And whatever applies here may be different from what applies here. So that's what those sweeping arms. So note that that's important to note that. And then the sweeping arms here, it's whatever's in here. We want the whole thing. And so basically what we were doing is we got to remove some concrete. So remember, the rule of thumb for concrete is first you have to saw cut. Okay, a lot of people leave out the saw cut portion of that, but you don't just get into the concrete, right? You have to saw cut, and then so those are two separate costs when it comes to that. And so make sure you don't leave that out, because that's very costly, and it shows that you're a professional if you don't leave it out. All right, so they give us some kind of weird little keynotes, and when I'm looking at the keynotes and they give us a lot of them and they're in detail, 9 times out of 10 I will print a physical copy of this, so I'll have it in front of me, so I don't have to keep panning in and out when I'm doing the work. So that's kind of like whatever your personal preference is, And so any place I see remain, I just write down the keynotes of ones that I see I have to take action on, or I have to take measurements on. Okay, so removing some saw cut to remove portion of slab for new detail bay area, a lot of concrete removal, and then the bathroom fixture. So anytime you are demoing a plumbing fixture, always include the additional cost for that capping, right? We got to cap that water source. And then another thing that they have here is asking us to verify the thickness of a slab. So how do you price something to verify the thickness of a slab? Well, when I thought about it, because if it's on the plan, and you always want to include in your estimate what's there. And if I don't know specifically the price, if I can't figure it out, if I can't Google something or I can't get it from my cost book, I'll try to break it down to, well, what would I have to do? And so to verify the thickness, I'm thinking maybe I'd have to drill through the slab to verify the thickness of the slab. So I know there's going to be an equipment cost maybe for that, and the time it takes to do that. And so those are the two things I kind of add in there. So I think I gave it something like, I know how much it costs to drill through 6 inches of concrete. So a cost like that, and so, 2 man hours or something to verify. So always keep stuff like that. That's kind of like, okay, well, how do I figure that out? Always, we call it an allowance, because when we say allowance, we really don't know the exact price. But we know that we have to include something here to account for it. So I always say, don't add things in your pricing that you don't physically see. Just say, oh yeah, I did this one last time, and it was an extra whatever square feet, or it was 20 more man hours or whatever. Well, that's called a change order, and that's what those are for. So when you produce an initial estimate, you're reviewing the estimate to do the takeoff, make sure you don't put in a bunch of stuff in there that's physically not, or literally, I should say, not physically, literally not written down within the directions, okay? And so this was just a bunch of how many linear feet of wall do I have to demo, and I had to demo some stairs. And so I do the stairs by, because in our cost book, there's no real direct demo stairs, but there is like demo floor framing, right? So stairs and floor framing, they kind of go together. So that's good enough for me. So that's why I say when you have a cost book, it's not the Bible. It's a guide to use to help you get the accurate. And I use it more so. I mean, I think it's the God of knowing how much time your job is going to take. So determining how many man hours. So cost book is definitely going to help you do that, because in the big scheme of things, you want to know, you want to direct your year. Okay, is this job going to take me 4 months, 8 months, 6 months, a month, 3 days? So you'll know how your marketing department needs to be trying to get you the next job. A lot of problems I find with contractors is like they're on this job, and when this job is over, they're not prepared, or there's not even a next job to go to. Take a couple weeks off, enjoy that, rest up, go to the next job. I mean, in an ideal world, you would be able to do that, but a lot of smaller subs don't know how to determine man hours. So it's like, oh, I'm just going to go in again today. I think we'll be finished by Thursday. With step 1, 2, 3 with Stacy, you'll know. It's like math, right? Math's never wrong. And so that's why we have construction schedules, right? You have to have a construction schedule based on something, and there's a way to base it on the tools. It's always about the tools. All right, so got to get rid of some stairs, got to get rid of some plumbing fixtures. Now, also in this keynote, D1.110, let's look at that one, because that was like, okay, I'm going to have to be creative. D1.110, this one. So dashed lines indicate to remove walls, finished floors, which is okay. The floor is an area, so I can do that. Partitions, well, I didn't see any partitions, so I'm not quite sure if there are some. Doors, lights, plumbing fixtures, mechanical and electrical, cap all abandoned utilities in this area, prepare substrate. So lights, really? There's no way to look at this and say, okay, I have that, and I can count. Okay, so anytime you have an area with sweeping arms, and that includes, see, this has its own sweeping arm, so that's separate. Whatever that is saying is, I think it's the same thing too, as that. So in terms of, again, we're taking measurements to determine how long the job's going to take. And so you can go through the math. Oh God, I forget. It's one light for every 45 square feet. I forget what it is, but there's a formula. But you're guessing. And so in this case, what I do is I'll measure the area, and then I'll go to the cost book for gut a building. And gut a building is just take out everything, floors, ceiling finishes, lights, even drywall to the structural joists, to the joist. But then, okay, I'm not doing all of that. So I'm going to take a percentage of whatever's telling me for that operation. Okay, and then I'll look at, I'll put it in there and say, okay, does that look like enough in terms of money? $5,000, $6,000, $4,000, $15, and say, okay, that's reasonable. Because in cases where you can't count the items, like I was able to measure how many linear feet of wall, and so I can go to the cost book, and that's, I'll assume it's drywalls, metal studs, and it'll give me a man hour, meaning how long is it going to take. In this case, if I have lights and I have partitions and I have a bunch of other stuff and mechanical stuff that I don't necessarily see here, especially the electrical portion, it's like I have switches, right, lights, outlets, right, all of that isn't depicted here, so I can't count it to get an accurate, go to the cost book, I'm demoing so many outlets, and I can get an accurate man hour. So in these cases, you'll get a lot of these cases because the architect won't go in there and do a really good physical, depiction of the actual room, so you know how many of those things you have to, in some cases they do, and in this case they did. So to prevent not charging enough to do the demo, that's how you approach it. Okay? And so a lot of this was all of our concrete that we had to demo for the new pits and the new everything. And so yeah, we got to saw cut it first, and then we got to fill it in, and then we got to fill it in the wrong one. Then we got to fill it in. Okay, and so we'll know how much concrete we have to remove. And so at the end of the day, now we're looking at our very detailed estimate, based on, now this is the thing I'm saying, this is depending on the relationship you have with the general contractor. You may not necessarily want to give them this work product, because this is your work product. These are all of the things that you've measured, okay, all of the quantities that you've measured, and then all of the cost unit information from our cost book gave us totals. So here it's got everything, and then we have the patch and repair the walls. That's not included in here, but the floors are, and then we also included the final cleaning in here. Okay, and our overhead profit, and then we didn't put tax, because we kind of play with that. But we got to pay taxes. Yeah, got to put that in there. Whatever. That's 7.75. Okay, so this is your work product. This is the detailed Excel spreadsheet. So when we go over each of the trades, depending on the trade, you're going to have something different in here. This is the demo part, and you see, as far as the material costs, so this is the quantity, the unit, how many, the cost of material. So when we say cost, we mean the cost of material. So like I said, for plumbing, remove whatever fixture and cap. We give it that cost for the material cost of cap. Okay, and cut concrete, there is no man-hour cost. It just tells us how much per unit, so we just use that. It's like a subcontractor price, so that's fine. And then as you see, most stuff, there is no material cost for demo. It's all about unit cost for the labor, and then equipment. Okay, and so we feel it's very important for your work product to present it in some kind of format in this way. And one other benefit to that is that you're also able to make a master like this one, and then go and edit it and rename it and keep it. Okay, that's what we recommend. And then over time, if you do a lot of caliber collisions, right, you can go and have historical data where you can compare this demo to whatever, and it's good to have. And maybe a day where you can't really get that estimate out, but it's the same, pretty much same layout, same everything, and you can do a square foot estimate based on, I've done 5 or 6 of these based on, this one's 12,000 square feet, this one's 10,500. Here's the prices, and I can say, well, if this one is 11,000 square feet, I can probably do a percentage of one or the other and come up with pretty close to the actual price. So as an estimator, the more you do, the better. Even if it's different locations, it's never going to be the same in terms of, it could be different locations, but the square feet could be different. So they're going to lay things out different, even though it's the same Victoria's Secret, but this one is 10,000 square feet, when that one is 7,500 square feet. So it'll be the same, but not. Okay, and so when we talk about demo, I think those are, it's like
lucrative of the trades because, yeah, with experience and the right license, with everything, you can tear stuff up and make a pretty good living doing this stuff. So, our three-step process. Our three-step process. One, always accurate takeoffs. Have a digitized software that you can use very quickly, very easy, user friendly, and again, we use Plans with Professional. Two, you want to have a cost book that will assist you in this man-hour total situation. Okay, we'll assist you with that. And three, professional formatting, like our Excel spreadsheet is. It's looking pretty good. So, 1, 2, 3, give me your thoughts. If you do any of the other trades, we'll have this presentation for all of the other ones coming up. And make sure to join me on our podcast that we're going to have every Saturday where you can ask questions. We're not only going to talk about estimating, but we're going to talk about all the construction issues that are related to your trade. So whether that's safety issues, insurance issues, problems in the industry right now, advances, all of those things we're going to discuss every Saturday. And please join. Let me know what you think. And please subscribe, give me your thoughts, and have a wonderful rest of the day. See you soon.
guest that had some other work, HVAC guests we wanted to invite, and they've been kind of busy. So it's busy around here, and so what we're going to be doing today is, and ask any questions that you may have, we're going to be going over a retail facility. It's like a jewelry store or something, but this project actually was won. The GC won, so what we're going to do is go over each of the scopes of work and do the takeoff, and by end of the week we'll have the full estimate. So what I'm going to do is I'll be working on this and taking breaks periodically because of some of the other stuff that we have going on. But if you have questions, please feel free to ask. So this is whatever that is, I don't really care these days, just as long as it's a good set of plans. But what we're looking at here is this is the demo plan. So like any good set of plans, you're going to look at the keynotes and see exactly if for demo, if they're giving us everything we need to do actual estimates, or is it one of those extended arms saying take out everything in the ceiling but not showing the ceiling components. I think in some cases that may be the case, but not in all cases. And so with any set of plans, we got to find what the scale is and make sure it's to scale. So our scale is 1/4 equals 1. Alright, so let's see what 13 is typical. So we normally break this up into little pieces, but we're just going to see what we need to do the whole project. So number 13 is remove existing gypboard ceiling soffits throughout the space. Report any uncovered existing structure, Okay. So for this, that's 13. And so we don't know what that is, but we do know what some of this stuff is. These are some of the it already has a lot of shelving and stuff like that. And so what we're going to do first is we're going to demo the walls, because we know that these are walls. That's a little cavity, and it looks like we assume that that's an overhang. Let's see what 6 is, to see how, depending on what you're demoing, is how you need to measure it. Okay, so that's not, 6 isn't walls, it's more like fixtures. And so we'll do that by the area, because we'll, as far as the cost book, we'll use a price that's like framing, and that's an area. So let's go ahead and do that. Demo fixtures. You know, you got to be into construction for this to even halfway be interesting. So, you know, I never expect to have a big following on any of this that I do live, because unless you're into it, right? If I was into it when I started, I'd be watching somebody do this. But, you know, that's called a niche, right? We got a niche. And people with niches usually make good money. So if this is something you want to learn, there's enough tools out there. And it's like we got some more walls. There's enough tools out there. Because let me tell you, dudes from other countries are kicking our butt as far as doing these estimates. So don't you think? They like watching me because I help them with the English, and that's cool. Ain't nobody tripping. Alright, so let's do this fixtures thing. Let's do some more of that, because that's more like what all of that is. I mean, you don't know what it is because we haven't done a walkthrough, but all we can do at this point is give a, you know, oh wait, there goes all the way over there, is do the best we can to say, hey,
this is, but I'm gonna act like it's like a platform, and that's how I'll price it, separate from these walls in here. Okay, so that's silly. New section, and that's crooked. Let's fix that. Then we'll get to the floor plan when we'll do the new wall. So remember, with every demo, it does say here, but you always want to do like existing walls. We're going to measure existing walls because you always have to prep those for new paint. Let me do demo doors because this is easy, right? And the GC won this one, so it's like, oh, okay. Let me go ahead and win this real quick. I don't have to bid to 4 different GCs. What is that? What is that? Okay. Missing any doors? Uh-oh. Looks like we taking out the front door. We're probably giving it a nice new pretty door and stop and fixtures. Let's just do this like this. That's probably like columns, those right there, because that looks pretty permanent. Oh, that's messy. I'm gonna delete that. Yeah, that's too wild. Too wild. All right, we got some more fixtures. Okay, so as far as demo, let's do like what goes with the demo. Dump fees, right? Depending on what you're demoing, you gotta dump it, right? So you gotta include that. Now, as far as rule of thumb for, because you need cubic yards when you talk about dumping, right? It's by the cubic yard. And so rule of thumb is 1 cubic yard equates to 75 square feet. Okay, so we just do this. So what I'm doing right now is how many square feet of, it says these are fixtures, like, you know, old shelving or old where they had the cash register. Because this is an existing retail that we're making into this nice little jewelry store, I believe. Okay, 14 is separate. I'm sure that's the wrap around the column. Remove existing trim molding at top of column, typical for all columns. Alright, so how many columns? Oh yeah, we got a lot of columns. Got more than one. So when we have more than one, we're going to do one. So we'll say this demo column wrap. Because I don't know if they mean just at the top or the whole, like, drywall wrap. But let's do one. Save your time. And then, so that one is 5 feet. Okay, so I usually say number of remove wrap. So I just multiply that, right? Instead of doing that to every one of these that I see. Because they say it's typical, meaning every column or every shape that looks like that has a column wrap on it. Okay, so one other thing, you want to existing walls. And then if it was adjacent to another facility, you want to do demising walls. This is probably it right here, but we want existing walls because we have to prep those for all new paint after we do all of this. And then we're not going to do, we'll separate storefront because it's probably just, or we can get that from the exterior elevations. And so I'm just going through what I already made measurements of. And then I'll just do separately storefront wall. I'll just do it just in case. But really I can get more detail from an exterior elevation as far as
need to do to that? Oh, prepping the existing walls. All right, and then last but not least, it says take out the ceiling. Okay, 13 typical, but I don't really know. Oh, look, and I left out a, once I get on a roll, I'm on a roll. Okay, so this is a demo, right? This is easy money. Here in California, you have to have a license for everything, so nothing is ever easy money here in California. All right, so now last but not least, I'm just going to do the ceiling because it says remove ceiling, but it doesn't say what, how. So I'm just going to get the total square foot of ceiling because I know I'm going to have to prep the ceiling anyway for the new ceiling or whatever. But if you don't tell me what to do, then I have to assume. And I'm going to assume the whole ceiling. And then the bathroom. So we can say, what's 4? Okay, we got that. Remove partition. Okay, that's that internet. Hopefully this internet isn't tripping. Because we have 4 computers in this one room. And sometimes one acts up and the other's fine. So last thing we have to do is remove and cap the plumbing. Alright, there's that one. And boom, boom. And capping and removing plumbing is usually the only thing that requires material costs. And then the prepping walls for existing paint stuff, we usually just add to the drywall and framing. It's really where it should be at because demo should be its own thing. It shouldn't be anything added to demo. Okay, and so that's the demo portion. And now we're going to go to the floor plan. And what we have to do, let's read first. So good, existing walls. Okay, we already know patch and repair, so we took care of that already. And then we have walls B1, B2, and B3. What's the difference? Probably just above ceiling, underside of ceiling, underside of ceiling. I don't know. We'll see. Seems like they're the same. 20 gauge now at the 16s to both sides to the floor underside of ceiling. Seem to be the same. There's got to be something different. And then B3, 3 and 5/8. So we know we're using metal studs, not wood. And this is like really very simple. And how we do that. And so we're going to take a quick break very quickly. And we'll be back with more action. If you could call this action. I don't know if you can call it action. But we'll be back with more action. That's not action. short. Now this is our floor plan, and let's work on our floor plan. Let's see let's go. I know you don't want to see my face, but where'd I go? I'm gone. Stacy. There we go. All right, so we got the floor plan here. What's our floor plan? It's our new walls. So let's just mark them out. See, this is good as opposed to the one I just posted. Tell me what's the wall, where I gotta put it, what is it, bam. Every wall's got a wall tag. That's what we want because this way we don't make mistakes. We don't have to guess, right? So let's get the scale and grandma's hands starting to hurt. Okay. Where is it? My goodness, I've been up too late. Oh, jeez. Okay. Here we go. 1/4. Alright, so floor plan, new walls, and then we'll look at the reflective ceiling plan to see what's up with that. But the main walls are our A walls, so we're just gonna caps lock. And there are no special section views, but the section view that we do have tells us, so we don't need special ones because it tells us. Okay, so let me just do wall. Okay. Alright, so we're going to go to here with that. And then here. Okay, key number one, always if you want to win, you got to have a excellent takeoff software. So we know all of the, and we already did new walls on our demo, but you know, this is even better. All those, you gotta, okay, so we don't have anything here. Oh, but it's called out. So we'll see if this call out is better than our last call out. So we're gonna leave out the bathroom as far as that. But now we're gonna do A1. And then we'll come back tomorrow at our 10 o'clock hour, 10 to whatever, and show all of the estimates. Because yeah, this bad boy. We're doing electrical. Hopefully do, I mean, this is really small, so we should be able to do all of the takeoffs if you care to join me through. And I have something else showing on my nonprofit stuff. I'm a Jane of all trades, okay? I can do everything. Alright, but A1, did we finish that? And see, they're not even doing our storefront. Okay, so we'll leave that out. And we'll knock this out. And I do need to take another break because we're showing, oh no I don't. Not until we finish this. Alright, so we've got our all of our A walls, which are existing walls, and now we're going to go to, let's do B1. We know it's walls, so I'm going to have to put walls again. B1, and this is all B1 to here. And see, I don't think this is, this isn't B1 because you see B1 has both sides open. This is probably more like B3 right here because only one side is existing. Oh, we've got our call out. So we're going to see if it's more defined in the call out, and if it is not, then we'll have to come back and guess. Okay, so that's B1, and any more B1s? Before we close down B1 now. Alright, so let's do B3. Alright, so we got B3, that's 3 and whatever, and then only one side, right, of drywall. So that's probably B3 too, but we'll come back to it. Okay, everything, B3. to say, okay, that's B3, B1, whatever. So we're going to assume because it is a wall that has one side, there's no way of telling, but we will because it's the same kind of construction. At least it shows here to be, only one side of drywall. So let me go back to that one and just add to that. And I can always say wall adjacent, new wall in toilet area, in the north-south or whatever is soon to be wall B3. Alright, because you gotta explain yourself. Okay, so that's walls. Alright, that's walls, that's easy. That's a slam dunk or rooney. And then we'll do the storefront. I think we got a couple more minutes before we gotta take another break here. And our reflective ceiling plan. All of our new ceilings, let's see. So we have what? Framer needs to know if we have new drywall ceilings or whatever. So we have frame gyp ceiling, yep. And yep, that's gyp because we have the ceiling tag, and this gives us always in the reflective ceiling plan, that's the height of the ceiling. And so we know we have drywall, boom, boom, boom. Drywall, frame, drywall ceilings, and what does it tell us we have here? Oh, that's nice. We gotta create a box beam. That'll be nice. Alright, so don't wanna go over on, so we're gonna unfortunately have to take another break right here. And we shall return where we will now finish up our takeoff and go on to some other fun stuff. We will be right. Oh, so glad I turned the mic on. I'm not turning it off. So if you hear double, I'd rather do that than you not hear me when I get back. Oh man, I shall return.
All right. Okay. Let's go. All right.
There's too many clicks to click on. So the last thing I'm clicking is Mama Face. Alright? Because I'm messing up here. Alright, so here we go. So this is our reflective ceiling plan, and our framer needs to first make sure the plans are to scale. If you have any questions, I'm looking, I'm watching, make sure you let me know. My loyal viewer. That's nice. You're going to be the smartest one on YouTube, let me tell you. Alright, so first thing we're going to do, framer needs to do these box beams, but we also need to do the easiest thing first, which is our flat area. So let's go ahead and set the scale, of course. I agree. And new ceiling. Okay, we're taking periodic breaks because we run a nonprofit too, and we're doing some kind of started Black History Month early because you know why they always give it to us. Why the shortest month of the year? That's they trying to have jokes. So I extended mine personal one, so it's okay. Everybody will be okay. All right, so let's do our box beams. We need to do by the length, or we can do really one area and multiply by 4, but we'll do both. So they kind of cross each other, right? So I was saying I make a little, do a little thing across each of the new columns. Go past that. Oh, look. Yeah, it goes all the way to here. That one does. Okay, and now we're going to do them, which is probably how I'm going to end up doing it anyway, is by the area and multiply by 4, right? Because if it's a box, it's this area times 4. So that's how we'll do that. So I'll just call that BB area, and it should be your, and really for the purpose of estimating, or it's probably giving us a specific size of beam, and so if that is the case, then we can get that right out the cost book. Let's go back down, straighten it out. Alright, there's that and this one. We want to get the columns in there, so. Alright, so framer got hers, box beam, and now what's this? Let's see what this is. Oh, this is jib 2. CL1. Okay. Everything is CL1. With the box beam running, somehow we'll look at it. But yeah, we'll do area, so I know that's separate. But I'm going to include the box beam area because I'm not sure what's going on. But what I'm not going to include is that, because that's closed out. This one. Saving a little, but not much. That probably goes to the top. Alright. Alright, so two ceilings, frame jip and there, and then this special jip. Alright, so next is our fixture plan. And so with the fixtures, we would do those like shelving, and you just measure how many linear feet of each kind. And then there's a price in the cost book, of course, that gives us what the labor is, because these are already supplied. So this would give us what the labor is, but we're not going to go into that. We're going to go next directly into the floor finishes. And so, for the interest of time, I want you to hold tight with me. You got to take another break to assist our nonprofit people, and please don't leave. I'll be back like one of my favorite guys says, stick and stay. so now what are we doing? The floor finishes. All the finishes on the floor, which should lead us to all of the wall finishes, or we have some already set interior elevation. So this is everything that goes on the floor. So thin brick veneer, herringbone pattern over existing concrete slab. That's F3. So with these, what we're going to do is linear out the transitions, because that's what this is, and just F3, whatever it is, do all of our areas, and real simple for all the finishes. This is easy stuff, and these are the kind of projects you want to do, man. I swear. The GC's already won, and it's small and easy to knock out in one day. So tomorrow when we return at 10 a.m. Pacific time, we will have the estimates finished to show what they look like, all the additional stuff. And my hope is to expand this little 1 hour, 2 hour thing that I do. So if you have any questions, or if you want to send a set of construction documents in advance and discuss an issue on them, I'd be happy to do that too. And also to discuss current affairs, we'll do that as well in terms of what's going on in construction. And so, what I would recommend, might as well do that now, is definitely it's time to beef up on your technical knowledge, on every aspect of construction. There's so many things that I do. It's like, okay, what do I present every day, kind of thing. Because, I do a lot of stuff. And so when you do a lot of stuff, you kind of want to, put it all out there and just a little bit. And I try to see what people search for or whatever. But I find that no matter what video I put out there, somebody wants to see something. So it's pretty cool. So if you have a request in any area of construction, project management, OSHA, I don't do enough safety because people for some reason don't take that very seriously, although construction, whether it's suicide or falls, are one of the leading causes of death of workers out here. So, if your boss isn't making you concentrate on safety, you tripping, but he's tripping too. So, anyway, so let's do transition. So this is I would call this, to save myself some time, what do they call this floor? F1? Okay, so I'm going to call this, after I scale it. Okay. Okay. And then I call this is F3, this is F1, so I'm going to call it F1 to F3 transition. That way I know what it is. It's some kind of wood floor and some kind of, this doesn't have it, and this is F2 to F1 transition, F2 to F1 transition. So F2, F1, just leave it at that, too much typing. In this one, storefront transition, storefront. All right, and now just to get to the areas, F3. And that right there, I don't know what's going on with that. But I'm going to call that a transition too. That right there. I'm assuming that's the same as that one. So, did I call the F1 to F3? That may just be the way that the tile is run. It may or may not be. But, and 2, I left out a little bit of that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118,
we see if any of these have a wall base, right? We're just doing the areas, not the wall bases. But if we use this tool right, the tool will give us the perimeter. But we don't want to include the door, so we don't do it that way. And then everything else is F1, and then bam, the finishes for the floor are finished. And now we got to see what we got going on the walls and stuff. And so I'm not even excluding the wall. See me go through the walls and stuff except for here. But then yeah, we got to look at the finish schedule to see what kind of wall base. There is. I'm sure there is. We gotta go here. Oh. And that's that. Alright, so let's see. Is telling us anything else? No. Then we'll look at the finish schedule to tell us what. And those are the transitions. Easy. And now let's see. There's some extra stuff. We did the reflective ceiling plan. Now the exterior elevations. So no paint here. New plants. Okay, because this is from the no, it's not from the ground up. Thinking of the school. Alright, and so what we need to do here is final cleaning. We need to measure how many square feet of window times 2 for area that we're gonna clean. Okay, so we have to prep these window frames that happen to be wood window frames. So we have to wood frames and repaint. Okay, so that's gonna be good labor. So yeah, we can start with that, and so that's that. Okay, that's pretty much all that is for here is the frames and then the wall paint, breezeway, and okay, gonna paint that. Paint the brick. Alright, so that's easy. So yeah, we'll do that, and here are the interior elevations. And so with this same thing, we gotta paint, and that's what you want. You want good interior elevations. That way you can take good measurements. And then last but not least are all of the MEPs. The mechanical plan is pretty hefty. Okay, so we'll finish the takeoffs for all of that. So let's go ahead and switch to the MEPs, because that, measuring paint totals, that's kind of boring. All right, so let's go to the mechanical plan. The scale hasn't changed for this, and so we'll set our scale. Now with the mechanical plan, you need to, all your straight runs, all your 90 degree or 45 degree portions, whether it's the rectangular ductwork or whatever. So always start with the easiest thing, which is sometimes to count the grills, but it looks like we've got a kind of a situation here. This is a different kind of thing. They're not separate little grills, so let's see what that is. Yeah, those are 5 foot. Yeah, that's something else. Okay, that's easy, because that's easy. We just have to count those. Yeah, that's easy. All right, so start up here. So you know with your HVAC, you're going to have your straight runs and your 90 degrees, which is pretty much what we have here. And then you'll also have, and you got to imagine, we're looking at the ceiling from the plan view. So these are diffusers that, are going out pretty much the way you see them, but something like these, okay, if you, well, I don't, is it drywall? Yeah. So above the drywall, right, we have these things running, and then you have to imagine something like this is pointing 90 degrees down and into the supply grill. And so, you want to account for, in those cases, like something like this. I mean, to me, this looks like flexible ductwork, which makes sense because then you don't worry about a 90-degree or anything like that. And that's pretty much what that looks like. So that causes me to say, okay, let me look at the symbols list and see if they have the symbol for these flexible ductwork to see if that's what they're trying to tell me. Yeah, maybe something like that. That's kind of what it looks like. Yeah, like that. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so that's what they're trying to tell me. So in the case of having flexible ductwork, we don't have to worry about the 90. All right, so let's see. It's time to just start getting your tool out and measuring. So it looks like we got a lot of 6-inch spiral, and so we'll start with that 6-inch. And I always go R for round as opposed to something by something. And so, I'm gonna go all the way through actually. And then all of the straight runs all the way through. And this is like a flexible, so we can do that too. Flexible ductwork at this point because that's a thing. And that's a straight run, and that's definitely flexible. Okay. And so all 6 is lots of 6. And then we're going to stop at the elbows. Get a little sloppy because it's all the same. Wait a minute. Wait, that, okay. Let me not get that sloppy. Alright, let me fix that one because it's like, wait, what? Take that out of there. Okay, and so when we talk about our HVAC, we have to add things like the 90s and the flexible ductwork and the damper, and the dampers, those things. And at the end, we have to have a balance the system, time allotted for that. Okay, that's what all those numbers are for, 75, all 75s down here, 70, it's all 200, 200. Okay, so that's CFM, cubic feet of air per minute coming out of the supply grill. That's what that means. And so once they get all of this in, and I always say, typical HVAC, we start with the largest ductwork near the supply, rooftop unit, whatever, and then we work our way to smaller and smaller and smaller ductwork, and that forces the air, and that forces the mechanical, that's the mechanical part of that's mechanical, the movement of air, and that's how they force the air out. Now, in the event that we had separate supply grills, okay, make sure you note the size of the ductwork that's going to it, because sometimes you'll have S1, but S1 for an 8-inch, for 6-inch, for 12, whatever. So save your time, save some time doing the takeoff. So here we've got a situation where we got 45. I mean, I'd like to be that. That's a 45 with, I'm not sure what that is. But yeah. Okay, so all my 6-inch that I can find, I always end up missing something and going back over it. But that's alright. Alright, 6. It can be pretty boring, but the results are awesome, okay? When you win or you see how much this is, when you finish with this, it's like, what? Alright, so now we'll do the 10 round. It's a little here. And then we say with this 10 round flex. Well, flex is only round, so you ain't got to say 10 round flex. Just say 10 flex, and I'm gonna measure each one of those. And then this is crazy. Okay, so flex, I think you can only use 5 feet or so. So I don't know what this is. It's a good idea, but it may not be practical. What did I say? That was 10, and we have 8 over here on it. See, I know I missed a 6 somewhere. All right, so go back to 6. That's cut off. Let's see where it's talking about going up to something. Okay, so if it's going up, then we have to say 690 plus the amount that is going up or down. So let's see what number 6 is telling us. New toilet exhausted to connect to existing toilet. No. Okay. So nope, that is a new connect to existing. So that's going to be some kind of special something we have to do, right, to connect that to that, some adapter and ductwork. So there's a cost of something there. So I'll say connect to existing, and then have to say what size, right? Because it could be any size, but and that's that. Then the condensate for all the mechanical, that's going to be separate, and 8-inch round, 8 round, and then we're going to take a quick break after we do the, we're just going right through that one. And then we got the 10 round I missed here. Because you know, you can only watch this so long. And hopefully soon you will sign up at the website sfjohnsonconsulting.com, where we'll get some, I got private pages that they already banned me when COVID started, because I was just like, hey, it's my stuff, I can play what I want. They're like, no you can't. No you can't. Okay, so yeah, I played nice stuff. I was even playing football games. They're like, are you out of your mind? Yes. But stuff like that I'll be playing from my website. So but you gotta sign up, so we know you're not the feds. Just kidding. Alright, so that's all of our spiral ductwork. And then we'll just measure. I gotta look and see how this whole bar diffuser thing is even priced to see if, I gotta measure by the linear feet. But because it is like a long tube basically that each of these are connected to. So yeah, spiral 6-inch, I gotta do that. Spiral 6-inch. I gotta do, see, I just added it into that before I realized, oh, that's spiral, but that's okay. Because really, no, really. I mean, I can count. No, I can't, because that's the length. Okay, always try to, save yourself some time. If you know they're exactly the same, do one, measure one, and then count. That way you save yourself some time. But in this case, no. So we have to do all of the, I've learned to do like a whole apartment complex in 24 hours. So, the takeoff is sometimes it's like it goes forever, but once you're done, then you can just put it in your specialized Excel spreadsheet, and we will have our man-hour calculators on the website really soon in the Empower store for you to buy if you are interested, every scope of work. That way, key, you gotta know how long everything is gonna take. So when you see my estimates tomorrow, right, you're gonna know how long, industry standard. Now I'm old grandpa from, I know he started in business 100 years ago. We love him, but we have computers now, grandpa, and it's beautiful. All right, so what these are 90-degree angles with turning vanes. So they look like I'm going from a 26 by 12 to a 16 by 12, but the 90 appears to be more 16 by 12 than this monster. Okay, and so we're going to say actually, the turning vane 90 matches whatever it's going to. So that one matches. That's going to be interesting right here because we're going from a 12 by 12 to a 26 by 12 with a 90, and then da 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 with the same thing 90. So how do we do that? Well, let's do first things first. These we have to account for. So this is where it gets like to be a pain in the butt by the time you do your 90s, which is easy, but then you have to do these, right? You have to go from a 10 by 12 ductwork to a 12 by 12 ductwork. So there's an adapter situation going on right there that you must account for, or you're going to under evaluate your material cost. So 10 by 12 to 12 by 12. Okay, and so I'm just going to account for that once. No, actually, yeah, okay. There's a lot of ways to do it. And then same thing here, 12 by 12 to 16 by 12. Oops. And all the way. Now the 90, 16 by 12. See, I already know. Now, if I had a set of plans that had a zillion of these and they were all different sizes, then I would be like, okay, 60 by 12, 90 turning vanes, and I'd have to name this so I know what it is branching off of, but I don't have to because this is like the only one that's like that. So we don't have to do that, but did I account for that? Oh yeah, so you can't see it. But yeah, okay, so let's do that. All right, 16 by 12, 90 with TV. That's that one. And then 12 by 12, 90 with TV. 12 by 12, 90 with TV. Oh. And not the kind you watch. Alright, and this is telling us going up and down, it's going up and down into the rooftop unit. Connection, and let's see, 10 and 11. Let's see what it's telling us. Existing supply down through the roof to be reused. Existing return down through okay. Alright, so that's good, but we still have to connect to the new. Okay. So existing supply and return to new. And that's all I'm going to put. Connect existing supply, return to new. That way I have them both covered. I put it right in the middle. And now, go through and I got to do from 18 by 12 to 8 by 8. Let's do that. 18 by 12 to 8 by 8. We'll do all the 90s later. Now we have to go from a 8 by 8 to 6 round. 8 by 8 to. So the specialty trades takeoffs are pain in the yah-yah, but you win. Okay? That's all that matters. The end of it, you win. That's what we want to do. We want to win. And now with the economy, they're giving everybody money to do these projects. So if you have the, expertise, they're gonna give you the money. If they know you got a contract. Oh, did I already have that? I hope I'm not doubling up on my takeoffs. When I started this business, I said I'm gonna have everything a contractor ever needs. So I was a construction defect litigation adjuster. I'm trying to do that again, but corporate America doesn't like you if you're not like always working for somebody. If you've gone away and worked for yourself for a while, they call that independence and they don't like that.
So if you could do it once, you could do it again and leave them high and dry kind of situation. Which, that's not me, but that's a lot of people. And so, we'll see. I was like, yeah, I can do construction defect. That's like tying my shoes. What? How easy is that? But
People haven't worked on those types of claims since I worked on them 15 years ago.
And I was the first crew to start working on them because people just neglect that. They're like, what is this? Whatever. Yeah, well, if you're an insurance company, you can't just leave your insured high and dry. So they had to reopen all of those claims. Oh, my windows are leaking. Okay, well, because Mr. Contractor didn't know how to go down to the detail view. All right, so he didn't put the vapor barriers and all of the stuff that was supposed to go there. Stacy. Anyway. So, that's pretty much our mechanical takeoff. Do we already have an 8x8? I remember doing an 8x8. Okay, no. Okay, no, we don't. 8x8 to something, but it wasn't just. Alright, so we're going to take a quick break right now so I can get some water. And we're doing a lot. We've gone through almost this whole little project. And tomorrow we're going to have all the detailed estimates, all the man hours, how many man hours it's going to take. And I want to do a construction schedule, but maybe we'll do that too and do some more project management kind of things. So, I was talking to an electrician. He's like, yeah, we're the only trade that's there at the beginning of the job, the middle of the job, and when it's finished. I'm like, yeah, temporary power, right? First beginning of the job, rough power, right? Putting in all the panels, and then you can finally get some interior lighting going on, and then putting in all the pretty signature lights that the owner buys at the very end. So yeah, you do. So we do their estimate one time, but that's like, okay, we need to break that down into what's the rough portion, what's the rough end portion. And you've got to be able to, no matter what no matter what you do, is there a rough end portion to what you do? Just like the framer. If I do all carpentry, well, there's a rough end carpentry, right? Building all the exterior walls and interior partitions, and then there's finished carpentry, right? All of the floor, wall bases that are pretty and pretty crown molding and all that stuff. So, at what stage is everything, right? And so, we want to think about that when it comes to being a pro. I mean, with COVID and people getting old in construction and stuff, you could become a pro in construction just by knowing some technical skills and knowing the technical part of. You may not know, the hands-on part, but half of the hands-on people just learn because they just did it. They don't. Who goes to college to become a framer? I don't. It's kind of something you learn and you get into it and you like it and you realize you can make a lot of money. Well, that's starting all over again, and there's such a huge need for people in construction. Not just people that can do the job, people like me that know how to read the plans to help people learn how to, what's that mean? How many studs do I need? You might know how to put the wall, but do you really know how to determine how many studs you need? Well, those kind of people have to exist. There's nothing that's going to help. There's no program that takes the place of human. I don't care how much they try. They try. Yeah, they can fry French fries. Okay, robots can do that. But a robot has to be able to look at a set of plans and say, that something's not right about that. Or something's missing. That's nobody's going to be able to replace common sense and human ingenuity and a human mind. I know they try, but some things they just can't do it. So we shall return very shortly. Let's take a break, go get some coffee or something. Be right
right back. Give it about, this time we're going to do about 5 minutes, so hold tight.
they're all the same size? No. They said 5 feet. That's not 5 feet. They can't be both be 5 feet. Okay. The family. I said call me 5 minutes ago. Just now trying to call me. No. Gotta work. Okay. So that's mechanical. Let's look at the so here are all of our linear diffusers, ceiling diffuser, return grill, linear return grill. Okay, so we'll have all of that. Have one new exhaust fan and HVAC notes. Yeah, it's the existing HVAC. So that's easy. Easy peasy. Alright, so here's our plumbing plan, even easier because we have what? One bathroom. So trap primer. Alright, so here's our bathroom. Very easy. So 3/4 hot water, cold water. Yeah. Easy. Instantaneous water heater. Right, so whenever you turn the water on, it heats it up. So that's even easier. And then that's all of our black is our supposed to be new. They're trying to tell us, I guess that's existing already, so we have to connect to existing, which is fine, and that's a boatload in itself connecting to existing, so that's okay. We like that. Plumbing renovations. I mean, most of the time they're such a pain in the butt because it's a plumbing renovation, but it's good money. New, new. Everything's all dug out and everything ready for you. All right, here's the electrical. I'm not even going to measure that right now, but I will have it measured tomorrow, 10 o'clock, when we review all of the estimates. So this one's even easier. This is, a junction box for the wall camera. We got some dupes. Camera. I guess that's called. I don't know. I guess they're not trying to hide it, I guess. That's not what they're trying to do. And then 7, some I'm sure in the ceiling. So let's take a look. Yeah, case lighting. That's probably ceiling. Yeah. Sitting behind each fine jewelry case. Oh, maybe not ceiling. Because it would definitely, yeah, it's connected to the walls, not ceiling. The ceiling it's sitting out there. It's usually sitting out there. Let's see if 3 is ceiling. Yeah, okay, 3 ceiling. And so, electrical. We are going to do a separate electrical one because people love electrical, so I'm going to make sure I pull the electrical out separately. And as you can tell, I don't do the video editing. I did for a while, and less people watch those than just watching, just with my little picture on it. So that's all I do. Because it's I'm not. Most of my students are trying to learn construction. They really just want to see construction type things. All right, so when we do the electrical, what do we have to think about? Both plans, right? We have to just make sure we can do really good counts, which, counting tool we can. So we're looking at the power plan. Luckily, I don't believe they mix good. They didn't mix the lighting and the power, so that's easy. We know that we got to get to counting. I have a family member that loves to count, so I'm going to leave the counting for them. But right now, we're going to do all of the wire ourselves. Okay, and so we know that when these are the branch wiring, we can use MC cable, but we have to first. I said I was going to save a separate video. Okay, I got to save a separate video for electrical. Okay, so we'll just talk it through, and then there'll be a separate video in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. So MC cable, right, for all of the branch connectors Make sure we know where our panel, if it's existing panel, which it should be, unless we replaced it with a new one, we'll look a little later. But then we give it about, we give it the same amount of time to install a new one, especially if we have to reinstall all new breakers and everything. And so we'll look at the panel, it'll say existing, but unless the breakers say, and let's take a look, unless the breakers tell us, existing, whatever, or, don't replace them, then let's see. We probably have a new one. It's probably new. Yeah, I think this is new. Electrical gets so upgraded so quickly, especially in California, so it's probably new. Yeah, remove existing feeder, yep. So it's probably a new panel, so we have to run everything new. Existing rooftop unit, yeah, but we still have to run new wire, so that's good. Remember, in electrical, your mechanical wiring is never going to be just straight number 12s. And so you always want to pull that out, make sure you know what that is. And again, this is very simple, so we're going to have a separate video just for the electrical, all in one. And very simple. And make sure, you run your home runs to the panel. That looks like a new panel, so we have our time clock and the lighting contactor, so that tells us we're going to have lights on a timer and certain lights come on at certain times connected to the time clock. So we'll have all of that and a lot of low voltage stuff going on here too. So we'll have all of that. And shoot, this was a piece of cake kind of project, but this is a real one. The GC we know wanted, so tomorrow we'll come back with all of the detailed estimates and how we do the man-hour totals, and we'll see how long does the construction industry tell us it takes to do every scope of work. And thank you for joining, and if you have any comments or make sure you leave them, and I will try to do this live in some way, shape, or form every day. Thanks for joining, and I'll see you next time. Hey everyone, I hope you're doing well. In this video, we are going to review a new addition to charter school. It's from the ground up, so we have everything from the site plan to grading, landscaping, but in this video, we're going to start with the framing and the drywall. And when we look at a video, or when you look at a video, I'm going to present each of the videos as if you are a new person trying to learn how to become a good estimator. So each of the steps that I'm going to go through is going to be pretty routine, and over the years, looking at a lot of different sets of plans, you're always going to have something that's different. You're always going to have some mistakes. You're going to have some things that aren't necessarily very clear. And being an estimator, everything has to be clear. So you have to, be a little more detailed these days, because a lot of places are, with CAD programs, they're doing their own sets of plans, and some things may be missing or inconsistent. And I think we found some, even in some of the best sets of plans from our school system, which, government facilities, they should be able to give you a really good set of plans. But I noticed some things in this set that it's kind of like not standard. And so we're a new estimator, and we have a floor plan, right? So we're a new drywall framing person, and of course, your scope of work is always going to be seen in 3 different views. Okay, so you always got to think of the 3 different views. Or when I say views, it's the 3 ways that the sheets present the information, because the architect can only tell you so much, right, on a sheet of paper. And so what they have to do is send you from one view, plan view, to for a framer, the next logical view would be a section view, because the framer needs to know the heights of the walls, above windows, below windows, above doors. And so my winning strategy, because you don't survive as an estimator for 14 years if you don't win or if you don't help people win. Okay, and so I've come up with a winning strategy no matter what the trade is. You do the same thing, but trade specific strategies help you because you're going to have a lowest bidder, but the lowest bidder may not have everything on the estimate as they should, and so you want to make sure you're the lowest bidder, but you have everything that you need on the estimate. So I'm the framer, so I need to think about floor plans, breaking up all of my floors that I have to build based on the section views, and that helps me if it applies because it may not apply in all cases where you can break down walls based on section views. Actually, in this set is kind of weird because what they've done is we have all of the floors that we're going to build, and if we pan in closely, what they have done is they've broken up each of the rooms. If you see the dotted lines, they broke up each of the rooms into its individual detail call out. And so if I want to look at the vapor room, what's going on in that room? If I want to look at that room, I need to go to detail view 10 over A 6.5. But I am the framer. And so I'm really interested in seeing if they're giving me wall tags, which they do, and if they're consistent. Because if they're consistent, then I don't need to go to the call out for my walls because my walls are really, they give me a wall tag for this one, okay, and so every one of the rooms except for the storage area, as you can see, the storage area does not have a call out associated with it. So, I did the measurements in a couple of ways. I'm like, okay, when they call it out and the wall is within the call out, as you can see here, then when I go to the call out, it should tell me the wall type in that call out. And so I said, okay, let me see. Because I want to measure the walls because it gives me a wall schedule here by the symbols. So if I see that symbol, it's a 6-inch metal stud with acoustical, If it's that symbol, it's that one. If it's this symbol, okay. So am I going by symbols of the walls, which is easy to do because they all have a symbol, and this is what? This is our door, front door. No, it's a window because there's no arm. So the arms tell us it's a door. So these are, it's something, windows, and they're not even marked. So that's a problem too. If it's a window, just put a octagon A, B, C. But it's called out, which means they're going to give you more detailed information on the call out photo. And so this set of plans I don't like because they don't call out the windows here on the large plan, which they probably call out on the call out picture, which we'll go to. But what they don't do on each of the call outs, they don't give you wall tags. And so it's like, this wall is clearly wall C. Remember, the call out doesn't give you wall tags. And so I have 4 different types of walls. And so I'm basically saying, if you're going to call it out, put the wall tag in the call out. Or don't call it out for the walls. Put all the wall tags where they're supposed to be. So I'm going to assume that this wall H, right? And I'm looking at what the symbol of H is giving me. This is a little anal, but estimators are supposed to be anal. That's why we win. Estimators are supposed to be able to look at the set of plans and see the actual building being built. And also, based on experience, they should be able to find mistakes. And the way a building is built it's based on something. And so I'm going to use my logical mind to use logic and figure out all the walls. For instance, this is wall tag C. You
see the symbol, it's that tells me it's a 6-inch, whatever. But then this is wall tag A. It's the same symbol. So why call it A and C if they're built the same? Because they're not built the same. And so my thing is, okay, is this also A or is this C? Is this